Hello, Twyla reads wherever. I'll be starting shortly. Starting off with some live writing on my NaNoWriMo project. Good morning, world. I'm just sharing this stream on various social media platforms at the moment. But welcome to my 2021 Game Save live stream, raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So I have a bit of a schedule on the side of the screen there. I'll be doing some writing for the beginning of the stream. Then I'll be doing some game development, and then in the afternoon I'll be playing some games. So a little bit of everything. Should have been organised enough to have all of this ready to go much earlier, but I wasn't. Nearly there. Hey, Barmy Leader. Seems like only yesterday we were talking on one of these. Welcome. I am just posting in social media. I am very nearly done with that, and we'll get started. Yes, as I said earlier, this live stream is raising money for St Jude's Children's Research Hospital, who do some very good work, and they share their research worldwide, so everyone can benefit. Now there is a donate link on the bottom of the screen. Now that is a redirect from my website for convenience. That will go to the legitimate Tiltify website. So when you click on that, you'll actually see the URL change to Tiltify. Alright, I think we've done enough of that. I can't drag that out any longer. Alright, so for the first thing I'll be doing today is I'll be doing some writing, because in addition to Game Save this month, it is also NaNoWriMo, and I have words to get out. So I'll be doing some live writing. I'll be writing a novel, and I'll be talking through it as I go, which hopefully will be fun and interesting. Then I'll be doing some actual game development later on, and then in the afternoon I'll be playing some games. And I'm using Atticus, which is a fairly new product. It's really good for formatting books. It's an alternative to a program called Vellum, which is only available on Mac. So the rest of us finally have a decent product for formatting books. But you can also use it for writing, and that is what I'll be doing. My son is at the door. Hello, Harry. I am live at the moment. Do you need me to turn the microphone off or anything? No?
What are you doing?
I am doing my Game Save live stream, so at the beginning I'm going to be working on some writing. Alright, so this is a new book that I've started this November. It is set in the same world as my Jewel of the Stars series, which follows a cruise ship in space after Earth is invaded and becomes occupied by a race called the Draknor. This cruise ship, they've just got to head off into unexplored space because they can't go home, and that series follows their adventures. This book is like a spin-off kind of side story. This is actually set on Earth, showing what's happening there during the initial invasion. So I've written 12 chapters so far, so I'll be adding chapter 13 today. So it's basically following the protagonist is a guy named Carson, and so his wife and his two teenage stepchildren, they got notified early from a relative in the government, so they this story is actually set in America and Canada, which is a new one for me because I'm Australian, and well, most of my stuff's set in space anyway. But yeah, so they left Washington, which is the city they were in, and that's my wife's stuff. Don't really need to worry about that. And so they got out of town just before the city was destroyed, basically. So they're on the run. The aliens have arrived. They've effectively taken the world, and everyone has to basically be implanted with an identification chip, which the aliens can use to track and control people. At the end of today, anyone who hasn't been given this chip is going to be executed. So these characters are actually trying to get off the planet at the moment. So the main character's uncle has his own spaceship, and all they need now is some kind of stealth technology to avoid getting shot down the minute they take off, basically. So that's where we're picking up. That's the goal that our characters have at the moment. Right, now did I give that character a name? I don't think I did. There's a lot of characters here that I haven't given names to yet. Names are hard. Alright, so now the setting here is it's 23rd century, but it's Earth. We don't have flying cars. We still got roads. Most of the vehicles on the road are self-driving, kind of little, just one-person capsules. But some people do have a traditional, like, car or truck, which they use for, like, recreation purposes. And this guy does have his own truck, so that's been helpful to him. Ooh, just realised I'm not wearing my comm badge yet. Very, very disorganised today. Okay. I tend to do fairly skeletal writing in my first drafts. Often I'll just be writing down dialogue and then I have to go back later and fill in with the action beats and descriptions, that kind of thing. I can be very sparse on description in my first attempt. Yes, so yesterday, Barmelina and I were both watching another live stream associated with GameSave, and we're talking about pizza toppings. And I was mentioning some of the less traditional pizza toppings that are common here in Australia. So one that I really like is satay chicken, and then I mentioned the Aussie pizza topping, which has egg on it. And Barmelina was absolutely horrified, and he said that the Italians were going to come to get me. So they haven't turned up yet, so I'll keep an eye out for them. I should probably bump up the font size a bit, shouldn't I? Make that nice and big. Okay, so who is this guy that they're going to make? No. So when he turned up at his uncle's house, the standard thing, everyone has a wristband, which is like their personal computer, basically. And they wear eye lenses, which are like contact lenses, augmented reality type stuff. So they project user interfaces. That's the way you interact with any technology, your wristband and your eye lenses. So you get notifications like you would on a computer or a phone. And so when you walk up to someone's house, you get a little notification that only you can see. would you like to announce yourself? You tap yes, and it'll then send a notification to the owner of the house. There's someone at your door. But this guy's not going to have that because this guy is a bit of a recluse. Hello, Geek Devotions. Yeah, I'm going really well. I've just started my stream, and I'm doing a little bit of live writing at the moment. You can see the schedule on the side there of how my day is going to look. And you can hear that my voice is not great, so I'm not sure how that's going to go for a day where I'm basically talking all day. But we'll see. Alright. Door. Notification. And you can see all my typos. So we're meeting a bit of a questionable character here who's going to help our characters get some stealth technology that they need to escape Earth, which has just become occupied by an alien invasion force. Yes, I'm sure we all make typos. Right, okay, so I should probably describe this Blake. What's he going to look like? Now, I was going to give him glasses, but in a world where everyone has these eye lenses, they can probably also serve... I mean, the purpose people wear contact lenses today is to improve their eyesight. This augmented reality thing is kind of a future thing that people have speculated on, but we haven't really used that technology yet. But there's no reason why the eye lens couldn't also correct the eye. So yeah, the glasses are not going to be a thing in this world. Does that make him too gross? I don't know. We can always change that later. Alright. Who wants to name this character? Because I suck at names. I mean, half the characters in this book at the moment are called ZZ or QQ or there's QQW. Like, I just put these placeholder things in. It's not that I'm not developing their personalities, but I just haven't given them names. Yeah, so Atticus is a writing program. It's also a formatting program, and that's the main reason I bought it. A lot of indie authors use a program called Vellum for formatting their books. It's apparently really good, but it's only available on Mac. Atticus has just come out, and it's web-based, so it's available on whatever platform you want to run it on. I've even tried it on my phone, but it's not really optimized for the small screen. But it can also be used for writing as well as formatting, and I'm using it for that for the first time. It's a little clunky on the writing side at the moment, but it's still very new, and they're constantly working on this thing and making it better. So yeah, their support is really responsive and cool. So yeah, feel free to suggest a name for this character. Otherwise, I'll either make one up or just put in a placeholder. Now, Geek Devotions, I'm assuming that you are Dallas and not Celeste, or both. But yeah, let me know. Yeah, so we're talking 23rd century. The names aren't overly out there, but yeah, I mean, no, I don't remember my reason behind this, but I've called my main character Carson with a K. That was just I just troll baby name websites. I found that, but yeah, people generally have similar names to what they do today. Yeah, we're not going to have someone called Zlagblat or something. Yeah. Alright, so... Oh, it's just making PP for the moment. Philip, yep, that sounds good. We'll go with Philip. Don't think I've ever had a Philip in a story. So yeah, that's going to be a unique one for me. I do have a brother-in-law, Philip. Okay, so... Right, so we're going into this house. Dallas has got to go pick up Celeste from work. Gonna leave the stream up on the computer though. Oh, thank you. Appreciate all you do, mate, and appreciate what you're doing today. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Dallas, and have a great evening. And say hello to Celeste for me. This is one little bug that doesn't always auto-scroll when you get to the bottom of the page. They are working on that, though. What do you call a couch in America? Do you say couch or sofa? Is either acceptable? I'm sure I've heard Americans say sofa, so I'll put that in for the moment. I'll be curious on opinions, which is the most common. Hey, Reed's here as well. How you going, Reed? So usually Reed would be in a similar time zone to me, but not these days. I saw you before read. Yes, you did. The very first one here was Twyla Reed's Wherever, though. She actually said hello before I'd even turned my camera on. Okay, couch sofa is mostly a northern thing. Right, now this scene is set in Buffalo, which is right up in the north of America. So maybe sofa is the word for this situation then. Yeah, so Reed, there's a little schedule on the side there. So I'm doing some live writing at the moment. Trying to get my daily words in for NaNoWriMo. And kind of talk through the process as I go. Hopefully that'll be entertaining. A Devonport, that's a cool one. We have a town here in Tasmania called Devonport. Just found out that you'll have to settle down in the US for a while. I suppose knowing is better than the uncertainty either way, in a sense. Yeah, I know you guys were very eager to get back home, so I hope that's not a huge blow to you, especially to your wife. Yeah, it must be really tough. So I definitely feel for you guys in your situation. Alright, and Barmy Lead is in the north, and he calls it a couch as well. So we have an overwhelming support for couch. So here it is. We're going to use that. We say couch here as well. Although, so I'm from Tasmania, my wife is from New South Wales, and she calls it a lounge. But she uses lounge not only for an actual couch, but for a single recliner chair. Whereas I would refer to them as a couch and a chair as separate things. But in New South Wales, they tend to refer to both as a lounge. Oh yeah, so you've got a town in Iowa called Davenport. I wonder if that's where the term Davenport for couch originated. This name Cernan, I suppose it could be pronounced Kernan as well. I was just like, I didn't have a name for this uncle, and I just kind of typed something. I don't even know if anyone in the world has ever been called Cernan, but that was just a totally made up name. But it kind of works, I think. Yeah, Barmy Leader says lounge sounds so Australian. Don't know why. Yeah, so we would talk about a lounge room, which is the room where you have your TV and your couch and all that. Where I'm from, a lounge is a place where you go to rest in an airport. Yeah, an airport lounge. I watch travel vloggers like Cara and Nate, and they are obsessed with going to the lounges in all the nice airports. So what would you guys call a room where you have your TV and your couch? See, no, I'm going to change that. So the uncle is like, aliens have invaded. I am too old to, like, fight back, be in a resistance army or anything. Like, I don't care. I don't want to escape. I just want to live out whatever life I've got left. And if they want to kill me because I'm too old to work in the labour camp, so be it. I don't care anymore. Whereas I'm going to have this character, who's a sort of a similar age, have a different perspective. Otherwise, the two guys are too similar. Living room. Yeah, I've definitely heard living room before. We might say that occasionally, but lounge room is definitely more common. Some people say den. Now that's interesting because I've always thought of a den as like a study. That's where Dad goes. He has his own private little room with his desk and his mahogany bookcase with all these hardback books and all that kind of thing. But that could just be a complete misconception of that word. See, this does work. Yeah, this attitude, different attitude to CERN, and definitely feeds into what I want to do with this character at the end of this chapter. Right, here's the reason why we're visiting this character. I do that. Why do I always do that? You either say kinda or kind of. You don't do kinda of. That doesn't make sense. But my finger just loves to press that A button for some reason. You get kind of muscle memory when you type. Which probably shows I type kinda way too often. Because it's not proper English. I mean, kind of probably isn't either, but this is dialogue. Actually, no, that is not dialogue. Space pirates are a very established thing in this world. I've my prequel story, which actually tells the story of First Contact, has an Australian Space Navy ship start off there dealing with some space pirates, and just before they make First Contact. So yeah, so that's a known thing in this setting. So the only California person here, Barmy Leader. Yeah, quite possible. And yeah, Reed was in China for a while. Twyla, you are also in California from the sound of it? It's funny, I've writing this story, I've gotten a bit of education in American geography. I had no idea where Washington was until I looked up on Google Maps, and I was looking. I knew I wanted the characters to start in America and end up in Canada for various plot reasons. So I was looking for places, that are near the border, and that's where when I found Buffalo. I've heard of Buffalo, and I actually recently watched Bruce Almighty with my kids, which is set in Buffalo, but I hadn't realised that it was right up there on the border. Because that made sense when I realised it, because it's Niagara Falls actually appears in that movie, and that's kind of borders the two countries. But yeah, just using Google Street View is so cool. Like, I feel like I've been driving this journey with the characters, because you just hop on the road and you just scroll along and you look at the scenery. It's really cool. Oh, she's in Missouri. Okay, so Twyla's in Missouri. Like Reed. So 2 in Missouri and 1 in California. I'm in Tasmania. Dallas, I'm not sure exactly what state he's in, but it's one of the southern kind of states. I know that. Right. It was a very swift invasion. From first contact to occupation was basically a span of 24 hours. And there's reasons for that. These Draknor have been actually looking for us for a long time, even though we've never heard of them. Oh no, I thought you said that you were from California, Barmy Leader. Oh, so you're a California person, but you're not necessarily there. Right. We don't have cloaking devices. Alright, so Bummy Leader was born here and lived all my life. Lived in Long Beach, California. I imagine that there's quite a long beach there then. We have a place called 7 Mile Beach down in the south of Tassie. California does have a reputation for beaches here, which I assume is well deserved. That's right. At the edge of the Pacific Ocean. Cool. There's a word I don't type often, but it looks like I got it right. Right, so we've arrived in his workshop. money is going to be completely worthless to these people now. The world has kind of changed. Here's another one of those words I get wrong. Alright, and that's a scene. Generally, I'm finding that... So I need to write 1,644 words a day. And I'm generally finding that the chapters I'm writing tend to fit in that length. So I'm writing a chapter a day, basically. Which, as you can see, it's currently the 13th of November, and I'm writing chapter 13. So that's actually worked out really well. I'm hoping that's going to continue. Very rarely am I finding that I have scene breaks in my chapters in this book, whereas it's very common for me to have 2 or 3 scenes per chapter in most of what I write. But most of what I write is has at least 3 point of view characters. They're ensemble stories. I'm following a whole bunch of different characters. Where in this story I have a single point of view character, and he is the protagonist of the story. Everything is seen through his eyes. So I'm not constantly swapping and changing between different subplots. I'm just following this one person through the story. And it's been kind of challenging because you've just got to keep that one story going. You can't step aside and deal with something else while you wait, while that other person's story is kind of not going anywhere, and then come back to them. Like with the travel, normally, if the character's going to be on the road for a few hours, I'll go check in with another character while they're doing that. But what I'm finding is, you don't just want to ramble on while they're driving either. So you've got to pick your scene breaks, and if there's nothing more that's going to happen that's interesting until they arrive, then you just throw in a scene break and you jump to when they're arriving. But this is very much kind of a road trip story, so yeah, it's an interesting new experience for me. I'm going to fill my glass of water, which will take like 1 minute, so I'll be back. Okay, so we're ready to jump to this next scene now. So we're going to be arriving back where all the other characters are. The spaceship that they're going to try and use to escape from Earth belongs to Carson's uncle. So that's where all our characters are congregating. So we've got Carson and his family. He has a wife and two 17-year-old stepchildren. And along the way, they kind of picked up another family. The character that I'm referring to as ZZ is someone who kind of helped him out of a tough spot. And he's travelling with his son, his daughter-in-law, and a very young granddaughter. So they've kind of become close friends through their shared experience of trying to basically run from this whole invasion. Okay. So the ZZ's daughter-in-law very much wanted to just give in to the aliens, accept the identification chip, and live whatever life they assigned them, basically, for the reason that she doesn't want to risk the life of her daughter. The aliens have said anyone who doesn't do this by the end of the day is going to be eliminated, so they're just going to kill anyone who doesn't submit to this occupation. So her perspective is, well, the best thing we can do to keep our daughter safe is do exactly what the aliens are telling us to do. Her husband convinced her to at least delay doing that, because it was looking very much like anyone who was going in to the colonial office were basically being sent off to labour camps. And it's starting to look like this plan to escape Earth might actually be feasible. So she's hesitantly going along with it at the moment, but she's still not convinced, because she doesn't want her daughter to be killed. Understandably. Hang on. Amalia was actually with us in the car, so she's not there. She's coming in with us. Yes, Bummy says this live stream is technically a free book. It is, as long as you're happy to start at chapter 13. Although I did kind of I've tried to summarise what's happened beforehand. Of course, it's also an unedited book, so you take it as it comes. I was thinking about trying some dictation on the stream, but with my voice the way it is, that would be even more talking, and I don't know how well I'd cope with it. Plus, I really do like the tactile feel of my fingers on the keyboard. I've got a mechanical keyboard here, which I really like. Where are we? 1,117 words. And 1 hour in, so I'm doing pretty well. I have a good idea of where this chapter and the next one are going. I am a very heavy outliner. Ideally, I like to actually have a paragraph written about every single scene in the book before I start. I didn't have time to get to that point before I started this. A lot of it is still in my mind, but it's not as detailed as I like. So I'm finding I'm having to flesh it out on the fly a lot more than I'm generally comfortable with. And that comes with some anxiety, but it's going okay so far. Every day I sit down and think, am I gonna know what to write here? But I tend to end each day thinking, yep, that actually came out okay. What has everyone been reading lately? I just finished an audiobook. It was the 7th book in the Expanse series, which has obviously been made into a TV show on Amazon Prime. And I'm also about to finish a Star Trek novel called The Genesis Wave, which is the first of a trilogy. It picks up on the whole Genesis thing from Star Trek 3, but it's set in the movie era of The Next Generation, so it's on the Enterprise E. It's it's a pretty good story, actually. Been really enjoying it. Bummy Lady, yes, I have seen Daredevil on Netflix. I think I remember you mentioning it on Pater's stream last week, while Francisco and I were talking with him. I quite enjoyed Daredevil and the other Marvel Netflix shows. I especially liked how they brought all those plot lines together in The Defenders. That was really cool. And I'm hearing rumours that they might be bringing the Netflix Daredevil back into the... because obviously it's part of the MCU, but we might actually be seeing him in the upcoming Spider-Man movie. So that would definitely be cool if that does happen. Because one thing I've noticed about Marvel is that the TV projects, always reference the movies, but you never really see the movies acknowledging the existence of the TV stuff. The Disney Plus series a little bit different, because you're actually seeing movie characters take major roles in those shows. But yeah, the Netflix stuff definitely, even Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like the movies, have tended to try and just ignore that those shows exist. So yeah, it'd be nice to actually see some acknowledgement of that part of the extended world in the movies. Reed's been reading the Invincible comic series. Oh, is that the one that there was an animated show on Amazon, I think, called The Invincible? Is it based on the comic that you're reading at the moment? Twyla's just started reading Elantris by Brandon Sanderson, my favourite author of all time. So that's really exciting. Elantris, of course, is his first book. I started with the Mistborn series and then came back to Elantris later. So is this your first Sanderson book, Twyla, or have you read other of his stuff? Reed's also reading some other books in the same universe. And in the middle of How to Win Friends and Influence Enemies by Will Witt. That sounds like a beneficial lesson. I like the influence enemies rather than, we tend to think of enemies as someone that you have to be antagonistic towards, but influencing an enemy, maybe bringing them around from something negative to something positive is, that's a much more beneficial way of dealing with someone who is at least antagonistic towards you. Yes, so Twyla, this is her first Sanderson book, so that is really cool. I really hope you enjoy it, and maybe want to check out some more of his works. He's got a really extensive universe. It's very cool. So it is the comic that the Amazon show is based on. Pretty good adaptation, though they add a few things to appeal to the political left that bug me. That is certainly a fairly common thing in today's entertainment industry. But yeah, it's good that it's a pretty accurate adaptation. Alright, so we're going to go and install this module in the spaceship. The panels has one N in it. Alright, so this is probably time for some character introspection stuff while Philip fixes the ship. So one thing I haven't really mentioned yet, so Carson and his wife Amalia have had a pretty rocky marriage in recent time. So she had actually cheated on him, and he had been planning to leave her just before all of this started, and instead of doing that, he ended up, getting her and the kids and taking them to safety out of the city. So this alien invasion may actually save his marriage, which of course is where I'm planning to take the story. So he's going on a bit of a character journey about forgiveness and family and all those kind of things. So, the character ZZ has had a bit of a talk with him, in a previous scene, suggesting that maybe he still loves her a lot more than he thinks he does, because he's shown that by his actions, by risking everything to to basically protect her and his stepchildren. He's very much embraced the kids, but he hasn't known them for most of their lives. They're 17, and he's only known them for a couple of years. No, he loves them, but they're not his biological children. So, I suspect that creates a slightly different dynamic than if you are a marriage breakdown where you have shared children. Not that I've been through either kind of situation, thankfully. Now, I was also developing a little bit of a friendship between the stepdaughter and the young granddaughter. So, I'm actually going to have... installing... also come up to what they call the mirror moment, which is a something that happens generally at the very middle of the book, where the character kind of examines themselves and asks themselves a kind of a question, which ties into the kind of character arc over the story. You know, they're basically asking, can I change to be the kind of person I need to be to resolve the problem of the story, and do I want to? So it's just this kind of reflective moments that kind of informs the whole journey they're on as a person. And I've got some notes here I'm gonna look up just to remind myself where I was exactly what I wanted to happen in that moment. Excuse me. Right. So we start off just by talking about the plot stuff, and they're going to get a bit deeper as we go on. Let me just open up my outline documents. Okay, so let me look through here. Key events, first plot point. Here we go. The midpoint. Okay, so we're at the relative's house. Battle ensues. Other people try and hijack and steal the ship. Carson nearly dies trying to stop them. Injured but survives. While injured, has the midpoint moment. What is really important in life? What does Amalia's sins matter now? They've both made mistakes. He realizes his own mistakes, things he has been forgiven for. In the face of this invasion, all that matters is keeping his family together. Forgiveness. Important. What was his great mistake? He's going to have to confront that and make a different decision this time around the third plot point. And that's the key there. I need more backstory for Carson. We all make mistakes in life. We all have done things that we're not proud of. Carson is going to have to, he's been focusing so much on his wife's mistake that he's forgotten the mistakes that he's made in life. And he's going to have to confront something about himself and realize just how much that he has been forgiven as a person as well. But I kind of need to decide what that thing is, something in his past that he's not proud of. I'm going to have to come up with that fairly soon because I'm heading towards that moment. So they don't have to reveal everything right at the midpoint. In fact, I should probably be foreshadowing some of that earlier in the book. But, yeah, we'll come to that. Oh, sorry, I missed some comments here, Reed. Hi, Olivia, if you're still there. Hello. Hi, Olivia. Olivia, of course, is Reed's 3-year-old daughter. And she often will come and have a look when Reed is watching live streams. We've been in a few, talking on Discord with our mutual friend Pater during his live streams. Surprised is one of my problem words. Always has been. Okay. Oh, good. This is going to be dialogue. So, when I was writing the very first scene, I needed a friend for Carson. And, I've been watching the old show How I Met Your Mother with my wife and daughter lately. And so, the name Barney was just in my head, so I just threw that in. It may still be a placeholder, but it kind of, I might even keep it. I haven't decided yet. Sometimes when you get stuck halfway through a word, you just got to start from the beginning again. You know, it's like your fingers just need to bounce from one to the other. You can't just start in the middle of a word and spell it correctly. That may just be a quirk of my brain. That's still not right. Is it? Maybe. Yeah, no, I think it is. Oh, what is the computer's struggling a bit there. Typing a sentence and then it'll all appear at once. Right, okay. So that's a nice little character moment. Army Leader asks, what is the best game you ever played? Like the best one you ever played? I can be... Oh, is it any of your favourite? Oh, it can be one of your favourites. It has to be your favourite. Right, okay. So the absolute number one favourite game I've ever played. Well, first let me think about some of the contenders for that. So Space Quest 4 would be in the running, which is a old Sierra point-and-click adventure game. Day of the Tentacle would be in the running. Civilization would be in the running. Skyrim would be in the running. And the Mass Effect trilogy would be in the running. Given where I'm at the moment, for its world and its story, as opposed to its gameplay, because if it was gameplay, I'd probably lean more towards an adventure game or something like Civilization, because I'm not, a lot of the gameplay in the Mass Effect games is shooting, and I'm not, a big shooter kind of guy as such. I don't play just straight first-person shooters, whereas Mass Effect is like an action RPG, kind of action-adventure type game. But for the sci-fi setting, which is very inspired by Babylon 5, one of my all-time favourite TV shows, the characters and the world and the history of it all, Mass Effect has the best story of any game I've ever played. So for those reasons, I probably put the Mass Effect trilogy at the very top. Now, if you force me to pick a single game out of that trilogy rather than the trilogy as a whole, that becomes tough. It's like picking a favourite out of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, or the Star Wars trilogy, or Back to the Future trilogy. It's hard not to just see those things as a cohesive whole. Back to the Future maybe slightly less so. I haven't finished 3 yet, so it would be between 1 and 3. Yeah, I would probably say Mass Effect 1, I think. That would be my answer. What about you, Barmy Leader? Right. Now, this is actually an important thing. I need to get the ship out of the hangar so that the neighbours can notice it, because that's going to lead to some big conflict. If you're on a planet that's been occupied by an invading force, and your neighbour has a way off that planet, you are going to want that escape route for yourself. Ooh. Right, Bumming Leader says, my game is Wolfenstein the Old Blood. Super good. Yeah, so we were talking a bit about Wolfenstein in last week's stream as well. I mentioned that when I think of Wolfenstein, when I think of Wolfenstein, I'm thinking of this thing here from 1992. Basically the grandfather of all first-person shooters. And I definitely played that back in the day. My wife is just coming in. Hello. Oh, you're bringing my bag of snacks in.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot my bag of snacks.
Yeah, did you forget your bag of snacks?
I don't know. My wife bought me junk food.
I'm going to bring home junk food.
More junk food.
Macca's.
Are you going out now, are you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, not to get Macca's straight away.
Yeah.
Harry and Chloe have announced that there's things that they need.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So I will go get them.
Yep.
And I will get Macca's on my way home.
Cool. Sounds good.
But the kind of things I can't take the kids for because we're getting close to Christmas.
Yep. Understand.
Oh, hello.
For all the non-Australians, which I think is everyone,
Macca's!
Macca's is McDonald's, obviously. Well, we shorten everything. Yeah, so this is what I think of when I think of Wolfenstein. But of course, there's the modern kind of remakes of the series. So Old Blood. Now, I haven't played these games, but I've seen a little bit of our mutual friend Pater playing them, and they seem like they're very well done. Lots of thematic stuff in the story. A lot more than you might expect from a first-person shooter game. But yeah, you can see the difference in the graphics from 1992 to whenever this came out. Fairly recent years, relatively speaking. But yeah, pretty cool. So what is it about that game in particular that you love, Bummy Leader? My character seems to do a lot of walking, like from place to place. I mean, you got to go from one location to another in my books, and I never know what. Like maybe I should just use the word walk a lot more often. It's kind of like said. It's an invisible word that it does a job, but it doesn't. You don't need to constantly replace it with fancy things. I mean, I have people striding and wandering and all these other things. I think sometimes I should just relax and just use the word walk because it's actually okay. So Twyla calls it Mickey D's. I've definitely heard that from Americans as well, from McDonald's. Yeah, so today is actually McHappy Day, which is a fundraiser for the Ronald McDonald Home, which they have in a lot of cities around Australia, where basically sick kids who have to go to hospital, they provide free accommodation to the families. Especially useful for people who live in a remote area. They got to travel into somewhere like Melbourne or Sydney to be near the hospital, and if you have to, stay in a hotel, that could be very expensive. So the Ronald McDonald House provides accommodation. I don't know if that's just a uniquely Australian thing, or if that's a worldwide kind of charity that McDonald's are involved in. But yeah, basically today, any Big Mac you buy, the $2 is donated to the Ronald McDonald charity. So it actually fits in very well with the kind of theme of this stream, raising money for sick children. So yeah, I'm playing for St. Jude's, but I will be eating for Ronald McDonald. At the moment, my go-to burger is actually a double quarter pounder because it's nice and meaty. But the Big Mac is the one that specifically is the money raiser. So I'm having that today. All right, so we're going into the hangar. Now, what am I going to call this? It's not a gangway as such. I'm envisaging some sort of, structure that the ship is sitting on that you push a button and it kind of slides out of the hangar, almost on like a railway track kind of thing. I just don't know what to call that. Hang on. Look, it's the wrong word, but I'm just going to say gangway for now. I have to fix that in editing. Alright, so there is a Ronald McDonald near Twyla, so it is an international thing. That's cool. Yeah, I've known people who have benefited from that. Some friends. Their young son very sadly died of cancer, but they spent a lot of years fighting that, and yeah, they actually had to go interstate to Melbourne. Tasmania is a fairly small state. We've got hospitals, but for the really in-depth stuff, you tend to go to Melbourne. So they were away from home for quite a long time, and they built some really good relationships with other families going through similar things, staying at the Ronald McDonald home. So Reed's going to go have some dinner soon, and we'll try to remember to come back before bedtime sometime. Yeah, that'll be cool, Reed. I'll probably be doing something different then, so it'll be a nice change of pace. Enjoy your dinner. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. I should be looking at the camera. Enjoy your dinner. And thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Metal tracks. Right, I've got about 15 minutes left of writing. I was imagining I'd get like twice as many words as normal done today on stream, which was probably unrealistic because obviously I'm doing a lot of talking as I'm going, so it's been a lot slower, which is fine. I mean, the main thing is I wanted to get today's words done, which I will definitely do, and a little bit more. and over the road. Okay. Alright, a little bit of anxiety about the heights there, but you'll cope. Alright, so I'm not going to try and describe plugging in every cable, and they're going to do some stuff to the ship, basically, to get this sensor thing working. So this is the chapter. So that chapter closes out on 1,853 words. So I have met and just slightly exceeded my daily word goal, but we've still got 11 minutes on the schedule for writing, so let's see what more I can get out there before it's time to switch activities. Okay, so excuse me. Alright. So Twyla, you obviously read. Do you also write? I have a feeling the answer to that is yes, but yeah, might be wrong about that. Right, so hey Harry.
What are you doing?
Yep, I'm still working on my writing, and at 11 o'clock I'm going to switch to development.
Dad.
Hmm?
What is this?
Oh, this is what you're talking about.
But
So, This is my son, Harrison. Say hello.
G'day.
He's an aspiring filmmaker. So he made a short film at school, and it was shortlisted on the Stuff at Film Festival, and he got an honourable.
No,
What was it
he
called?
was I was a finalist.
Yeah, he was a finalist.
I was a highly commended.
And a highly commended. And so he got a gift as a reward, which is a gift card to a camera shop.
Yeah, but I also got some other stuff, but I don't even think we have this place in Tassie, but it's usable until 2024.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure they deliver. So
$50.
yeah.
$50.
So that is really exciting, and we're very proud of him.
But it says, but I thought it said so. Is that $50 or $20 or $60?
Yeah, no, that's $50.
But it says so.
Mm.
Also, what is Ted's Cameras?
Well, it's obviously a camera shop.
And
Yeah.
on the back they have they have weird logos for cameras.
Yeah. So if anyone is interested in seeing Harry's finalist movie, it's called A Crumbly Tale.
Crumbly.
That's what I just said. So if you search YouTube for A Crumbly Tale...
Daisy just walked in.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to close the door.
So here it is. Giant Steps Tasmania, A Crumbly Tale. And it's the story of time travel and bread puns. So it's very funny, and it's a really cool story. So yeah, maybe I should even actually just show that later. That could be cool.
Did they hear the cat?
I don't know if the microphone's picking up the cat. It probably is.
Oh, no.
What?
I'm trying to pick her up.
I don't think she wants to be picked up. Daisy very much has a mind of her own. She's a very independent cat. She's got a lot of attitude.
Meow to you too. Yeah, meow meow. Are people picking up on meowing?
I don't know, mate. She stood in the backyard.
There's a lot of meowing. Oh, hello, Red. G'day, Red. I hope this is about...
Oh, that's not a nice way to hold him. But this is Ram. He's our old man. Ow, 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 ow.
He has sharp claws, but
Yep.
Squeak has sharper.
Yeah, so we've had Ram for a very long time. I'm going to put him down because he doesn't really want to be held. But, yeah, he's just a mellow old guy at this point. He used to be pretty feisty. He hated other cats when he was younger. But in his old age, he's come to accept them. Tyler thought it was your cat meowing. That's kind of funny. Yes, they did hear the meowing, Harry. One of my viewers thought it was their cat.
Meowing.
Okay. Alright, my stream dropped out for a second there, but we do seem to be reconnected. Hopefully everyone can still see me. Let me just deal with kids and animals for 1 second. What's going on?
I heard noises like they were fighting, and Daisy said like she was getting hurt. Yeah, but it sounded really bad, and they were chasing each other
sounds like play fighting to me. That'll be okay.
Also, look.
Uh-huh. Yep, that's Harry's certificate for his movie.
Dad.
Hmm?
Do you think it's cool?
Yes, I think it's very cool. I am extremely proud of you.
But Daddy, I want it to be laminated because you see that...
That's a good idea. Or even framed. We could frame it.
Dad,
Yeah?
apparently this is the first time a person at Giant Steps has ever won anything.
Wow,
film
that's
festival.
cool. So you've made history for your school.
But
That's
Daddy,
really good.
This one of the sponsors is Ted's Cameras, which is what I had that gift card for.
Yep.
Because that's the...
Well, we'll have to jump on their website and see what kind of stuff they have.
I looked at their website and they have a page of like things like gone down in price, and then they do have second-hand cameras, but even their second-hand cameras are a bit pricey.
Yep.
'Cause seriously, I don't think there's such thing as a camera that costs $50 Australian dollars. Not even a Polaroid.
Yep, alright.
But they are
We'll have a good look later at what they have.
But they are much cheaper compared to a pretty big, high quality digital camera, which is
Yeah.
about $3,000 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Because Polaroids are just really low quality pictures.
Just very, very, very proud of my son's filmmaking efforts, and my daughter is quite an actor. So we went and saw her school play a couple of nights ago, and she was so good. She played the butler, and she put on this really good British accent. I've never heard her do an accent before, so she's she's kept that one quiet. But yeah, absolutely amazing. Very proud dad. It's not to say, like, it's not just the accomplishments that you're proud of, because I'd be proud of my kids no matter what they did. You know, everyone has things they're good at and not so good at. Then there's plenty of things that all of us in the family are not good at, but there's just a joy in seeing your kid use their gift. It doesn't matter what that gift is, but just seeing them achieve something, that it's just an exciting thing. Alright. Well, that brings me to 11 o'clock. So, plenty more to happen here. There's going to be a big confrontation. The neighbours are going to try and steal the spaceship. And I have some cool stuff planned for that. But that will be tomorrow's job. So, now I get to enter my words in. Oh, there's my mum. She's come to help my daughter with her exam study. Let's go and say hello. Hello. I've got a live stream running on the
That's
computer.
alright. I'm just going to take Chloe.
Yep.
When did you?
Yeah, they grow in you occasionally.
I thought I'd take her home because Alex is there. He might be able to help her too.
Oh, good idea. All right. All right. So let's go to the NaNoWriMo website. This is always the fun bit. Where's OBS got on? There it is. Update. So the book total is 22,545. 22,000 words written in the last 13 days. That's not bad. I'm feeling reasonably good about what I've written so far today. Home on a laptop. I started. Oh, this is gonna really kill my words per minute count. But that's fine. So there, I've met my daily goal, 127%. And I'm very close to halfway through this book. And as you can see there on the line, I was starting to get a bit ahead, and then I had a really bad day where I couldn't write much. And I'm just starting to peak back above the line again. The further above this line I am, the better situation I'm in, because it means if I have a day where I can't write, it doesn't matter, I've got a buffer. Still think so. I mostly write between 1 and 2, which is not really the case anymore, but anyway. So I've written more today than I've ever written during this event. So today, yeah, 2,078 words. That's not bad for a day. On average, I write 1,700 a day. At this rate, I'll be finished a day early. In reality, I write a lot faster than that, but I've been doing a lot of talking. Sometimes I do research, which obviously affects the writing speed. I've been doing sprints on Discord, and I've been averaging like a couple hundred words. Oh, was it 39 words a minute, maybe? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so that's that done. I need the loo, so I'm going to take a very quick toilet break, and then we'll get ready for the next stage of the stream, which will be doing some game development. So a different type of storytelling, but hopefully it'll be entertaining.
Well, I did all mine. I did exams because we didn't just have pre-tertiary. We had advanced and ordinary levels. And you had to have 3 advanced levels and 2 ordinary levels to get into 6. Right? Well, I failed everything except year 11. They were too hard. And then, but I did all the exams. And then year 12, I got it all in 1 year. Got three advanced and 2 ordinary in 1 year. But it took me 2 years, but I actually did it in one. Year 11. Brings you the 3 stories. Hard walk. I can't believe it. I went out with our I couldn't understand the word racist because my teacher was Australian and very slow drawing sort of.
They had more authentic examiner. Goodness. Yep, it was. Neither have I. Oh no, New Caledonia was useful.
Was it?
Yes. No, I actually spoke to French to the museum. A lot of places. And I'm back. So my mum just came to collect my daughter. They're going to go do exam study together. She's having a bit of trouble getting her head around the physics, so Grandma's going to see if she can help. Right. Okay, so I should get set up for our next thing. Which means I need to open up AGS. Alright, yes. Gilbert. No, it's not live. And, alright, so I'm going to send out another tweet, a specific one for this section, because there's a couple of hashtags I want to use, which might help me get the particular audience for this activity. Alright, so let's go get the URL from my previous tweet. Oh, come on, I want my profile. There it is. Alright, that's the URL that I need. Okay, so I'm going to write the tweet. I'm going to say live now. Game. Come on. Let me correct my mistake. Oh, come on. Game. Development. Live dev. I don't know if anyone uses these hashtags, but you've got to try. Sierra, LucasArts. That'll do. Finding an audience is the hardest thing with any kind of endeavor, creative-wise. I have never cracked that particular nut. But I have tried. Welcome to Adventure Games Studio. So, I take my writing very seriously. I view it as a career. It is not my primary career at the moment, but it may be in the future. I kind of have this long-term plan to move from my day job into full-time writing by the time I reach the age of 60. Whether or not I'll achieve that, we'll have to find out. But this, so making a computer game, this is not a serious kind of endeavor. I'm certainly not trying to make money off this or anything. This is just a bit of fun. I can't draw to save my life, but a lot of game development obviously involves drawing graphics. Yeah, so there's a certain quality bar that I set on my writing. You know, it's got to be professionally edited. I've got to get a professional cover. The formatting's got to look nice, comparable to a traditionally published book. There's a standard of excellence that you need to be taken seriously. The level of excellence on this is going to be substantially lower. This is very much just a hobby activity. It's just a bit of fun for me. Now, if I ever finish the game, I will make it available for people to download, if anyone wants to, but it's certainly not something I'm going to be trying to push as a major thing. I'm even wondering if I don't want my author name kind of associated with it, because the level of quality is not going to be in line with my author brand. But yeah, as long, I'm not trying to hide it or anything. I'm not trying to hide the fact that I'm the same person. It's just a branding kind of thing. But anyway, I am making an adventure game. Now, adventure games were very popular when I was a kid and a teenager. They started off as parser games, so they're purely text. You would read a paragraph that said, you are standing in a forest. There are trees to the left. There is a house to the right. And so you would type into house. Then say, you are in the house. There is a trapdoor, and there is a key on the table. You type get key. Then came graphical adventure games where you would move an animated character around the screen, but you still type commands to make him do stuff. And then came point-and-click adventure games where the parser was replaced by icons. So you'd click on the eye, and then you'd click on the thing you want to look at, and your character would look at it. You'd use the hand icon to interact with objects on screen. You could use Colin Adams for games. Hey, that could work. I've never considered using a pen name for my writing, but a pen name for games, no, that could actually work. So yeah, that's what an adventure game is, and I loved them as a kid. I always wanted to be able to make my own, but the technology didn't really exist. Now it does. So I will, first of all, I'll just show what I've got. So this is a kind of a fantasy. Well, it's more of a sci-fi masquerading as fantasy, I guess. It's a blending of the two. Now, don't tell me that crashed. I did test this like about a week ago before the stream. You know what? It did. It crashed. It's not allowed to crash. Right. Let's just build the exe to start with. Okay, so compiling works. Let's try running. Alright, that's better. Okay, so welcome to Gilbert's Journey. Now, as nice as these graphics might look, I did not draw this. This is a stock photo, so don't get too excited. So let's view the intro. This is very bare bones. I'm going to have a lot more intro. Just going to have different scenes. I'm going to be animating the scenes. But I've got this one image with some text. So, they found you lying in the meadow near the mountain pass. Dishevelled, dirty, and unconscious. Your charred garments were like nothing they'd ever seen before. When you finally awoke in the village, you couldn't tell them your name or where you'd come from. Your life was a blur. Your only memory was of falling. They gave you the name Gilbert. Lord Bennet took pity on you and welcomed you into the village. You quickly became a valued member of the community, working hard and providing fascinating innovations such as new farming tools. Many suspected you had been a scholar in your prior life, given the lack of wear and tear on your body and your ability to learn quickly. Over time, you have become quite close to Lady Jacosa, the daughter of Lord Bennet. Your thoughts turn to marriage. Perhaps today will be the day you work up the courage to propose. Meanwhile, the mystery of your past continues to haunt you. From what strange place did you come, and will you ever remember it? So that sets up the premise of the game. So I actually started making this game like about 20 years ago. Then I kind of lost all the files. When I decided I wanted to try making a game again for a bit of fun this year, I basically started from scratch because I still liked the premise of this game. And I've got a pretty good kind of plan of where it's going. I'm essentially working on... No, I've got a very, very solid plan for the first act of the game. After that, I can make up more stuff, but I know the ending and I know the beginning very well. There's lots of room to move in the middle. So, yeah, so this is the icon bar here. So use the walk icon to walk. Now this animated character, the game engine comes with a predefined sprite for the character, and basically all I did was change his clothing to make him look like a medieval peasant. And for someone who can't really draw, I'm pretty proud of what I came up with there. I looked up photos on Google of what medieval peasants wore, and I used that as a guide to kind of draw the pixel graphics. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with what I achieved with that. So we can look at things. So look at the fence. The log fence provides some basic safety for the village. It's you. Look at this house. Your house is old, but it's comfortable and it's all you need. This is the front door of your house. Now this house was I got a stock photo, but I kind of traced over it. So I got the overall shape from the photo, but I actually drew the house myself. I think the chimney, might have been actually from the original photo. And you look closer, you'll notice there's a little corner here of roof, which is actually from the original photo. But everything else, you can see that bit actually looks better than the rest of it. But yeah, everything else I drew myself. This grass I got from a photo, and then I kind of blurred it a bit, and I changed the colour for the shadows. So let's open the door to a house. So obviously I haven't done the inside of the house yet. There's nothing of plot significance that's going to happen in here at the moment. So this is just a placeholder. I'll come back to it when it matters. The house is there, so you kind of have to be able to go inside, but there's no reason to at the moment. So, yeah, so the hand is how you interact with things. This is how you talk, and this is your inventory. So we actually have the blue cup is like a default thing. I'm going to get rid of that. So is the key, actually. I don't need either of those items for this game. So let's walk to the left. And here's the back of our house. This tree looks terrible, but I'm actually kind of proud of it because I've been watching other game development streams of people making games, and I kind of learned from watching someone else how you kind of use different shades on the tree to show like the lighting. So I think the idea is the light is shining on this side of the tree, so the middle's kind of dark, but then there's some reflected light off the house on this side. So that was really eye-opening for me to learn. So because I would usually just make all of this brown, and it would look like a primary school kid's picture. It probably still does, but hey, at least I've got some lighting effects. So I've got a few amusing messages here. So I look at the tree. It's a tree. Strong branches almost seem to sway in the breeze. It's your house. If we look at the window, we'll actually walk up to it. You peer through the window into the dimly lit interior of your house. Nothing is amiss. Alright, well, let's touch the tree. While it's tempting, you suspect you're a little too old for climbing trees. Fair enough. What if we interact with the window? The window doesn't open. We'll touch the house. You run your hand along the wooden boards of your house. Ouch, that was a splinter. So a lot of these little messages, they don't really add much to the game itself, but the more of these custom messages you put in, it just fleshes it out a bit more. Like, I could just have a generic message for each of these things that says, you can't do that, or nothing happens. But having those custom messages just makes it a bit more fun. Let's talk to the tree. Where do I come from, tree? Who am I? The tree does not respond. We'll talk to the house. How are you today, house? You don't really expect it to answer, do you? So these kind of messages where someone clicks on something that obviously is not going to help them with the game, that's where a lot of the humour in these adventure games came from. And I'm trying to kind of continue that trend. So if we go south, we reach the beach. And again, I took a real photo of sand, and I basically just blew it up to this kind of low resolution. So this is Lady Jacosa. Your heart skips a beat as you gaze at Jacosa's face. Yeah. You like the splinter? Yes, I was quite pleased with that one. Alright, well, let's talk to her. Good morning, my lady. Hello, Gilbert. Alright, so this is a dialogue tree, so we get to choose what we want to say. So, tell me about the day I was found. I wasn't there myself, but some of the men of the village found you in a clearing near the mountain pass. You had a broken arm and your clothes were burned. The pain of that broken arm is something I will never forget. When you first came to, you were babbling, saying many strange words. I think my native language was different to yours, but not entirely. Given how easily I picked up your language, they must have been similar. I remember the first time I saw you, You looked so helpless. My heart went out to you. But you proved yourself strong and adaptable. This village wouldn't be the same without you. What are you doing by the beach? I love listening to the waves break on the shore. Alright, here's the big one. You can ask her, will you marry me? Now, there's some coding behind this option, depending on what you've done in the game, will depend on what response she gives. So the first thing she says, marry, I hadn't expected this. Which is not to say it's unwelcome, just, I assume you've asked my father's permission. So that's a no? I suppose I didn't think of it. Then this conversation is premature. Please don't bring this up again until you've spoken to my father. Alright, so our character has a goal at this point. With an adventure game, the player should always have a goal. Now, in terms of storytelling, it may be, a good quarter of the way through the game to the first plot point, to where you really fully have the quest that will take you through the game. But you always have to start. It's pretty much the same with writing. The character always has to have a goal, and in a game, the player must have a goal. And that's why I dropped that little hint at the beginning that your character is considering proposing today. So we've done that. She's given her answer, so in order to proceed now, the player is going to have to find her father and ask permission. So let's walk this way. So here's another room. So that's our house in the distance. That is actually the original photo. And there's a church, so let's go inside. Alright, so these two characters having a conversation. Then I don't understand how you can carry on. Will, I am not going to abandon a lifetime of faith, not to mention my vocation, just because you have asked me a question I cannot yet answer. You're impossible, priest. And off he goes. So, we're a little bit curious what that was all about. I don't have a look message for the priest, that's interesting. But we can talk to him. Hello, Gilbert. How are you, Friar? My hunger for spiritual enlightenment is matched only by my hunger for meat. I may have been inspired a little bit by Friar Tuck in Robin Hood. So, what was all that with Will? So, this game is in a fantasy setting. It's not our world in the past. It's a fantasy world. And yet we're seeing the trappings of Christianity here, which is something from our world, which may appear odd to the player. And there is a reason for that, which will be slowly revealed as the game goes on. So let's ask, what was that all about with Will? He raised some concerns about the validity of the scriptures. What kind of concerns? The Bible mentions many places: Israel, Egypt, Greece, Rome. Outside of the book, no one has ever heard of these places. Will argues that they are not real places but fictional, that the whole book is merely a story. Those names sound familiar somehow. Well, you have sat through a number of my sermons. No, it's more than that. It's like they have a connection to my former life. Either way, I'm certain they're real places. I'd ask you to tell Will that, but without evidence, I fear that would accomplish nothing. Right, so I'm setting up a real mystery here in terms of the world building. What is this place, and why do they know about some of the things in our world? I may be in need of your services soon. You wish to confess something? I was thinking of asking Lady Jacosa to marry me. For your sake, I hope she says yes. And again, that's another one. The response will be different depending on what the state of the game is. So we'll say goodbye. And we'll leave. Now this interior is just another photo. But I think it works quite well. Alright, so that, I believe, is pretty much all I have coded so far. Yeah, we can't walk any further that way. So what I really need to do is build the manor house where we will meet the father. So we need to go to rooms. So the way this kind of works... Oh, not that room. So you bring in your background image, and then you define things like walkable areas. So this grey, that's where the player is allowed to walk. We also have walk behinds. So this pole here, if our character is walking along here, they need to appear behind the pole because that's in front of them. If they're above this dotted line, if they're below the dotted line, then they should be drawn in front of the pole. So it's a way of giving to suggest a 3D world, even though this is all 2D graphics. So you define all those kind of things, and then you can set up hotspots. These are things you can click on. So we have one of these is the door. Well, this should be the door. Yeah, so if you click on the house, we can define events that will happen. No, which is the hotspot? Hotspot 0 is for deleting. Fence. Hotspot 3. Edit script. Oh, okay. It's not a hotspot, it's an object. Yeah, so you can okay, so if we look at the fence, for example, we've defined code for interacting and looking. So if we go into here, if they look at the fence, it'll run this code, and all it does is display a message. So I am actually a programmer in my day job, so this is all very kind of familiar stuff. The language in this is actually very similar to C#, which is the language I use at work. So that's how this all kind of works. So this is the interesting stuff that makes it all work, but the first thing we really need is a picture. Room 7 is inside the church. Alright, so we're going to define room 8. And this is going to be outside manor. Alright. Graphics. Backgrounds. If I open up the outside house as a starting point, I can save myself some work. This slow old computer. Right, first of all, let's just save this under a new file so we don't accidentally mess with the previous one. So this is going to be room 8 outside manor. Now, one good thing is I've actually used layers here, so I can kind of keep what I want, delete what I don't. What's that? Oh, that's the door. Alright, we get rid of the door. Let's just texture on the wood. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of Gilbert's house. So that's the original photo there. Get rid of the photo. I'm going to keep the fence because I want a fence behind there. Now, this here is just a suggestion of trees in the distance. Now, we want that, but just to make it look a little different from the previous screen, let's just move those. And maybe we will reorder them a bit. So we'll put this one over here. And we'll put that one over there. And maybe we'll have a copy of these two over here. Oops. Over here. You're not really meant to see these in detail. They're just kind of in the background, obscured, kind of hinting at a larger world beyond. Okay, that's the sky. I keep that. Oh, good. The shadows are a separate layer, which means I can... Oh, I see. No, the grass is in that as well. Right, okay, so I can copy from that layer. The layer below. And if I paste on this layer, I'll get rid of that. These ones... Actually, I probably don't need to bother with those shadows because there'll be a big house kind of covering all of this up. So we can add whatever shadows are needed later on. Alright, that's the starting point. Now I need a house. Let's go to Pixabay. Twyla says, this is fascinating. I played a few games with my son when he was young. He would be 26 now, quite a while ago. Yeah, so that would have been in the same era when I was playing them. These probably similar sort of games. Let's go photos. I don't know. Mansion? That's not how you spell mansion, is it? Maybe it is. I mean, this is this kind of fits well, but it's a bit too kind of gothic and dark for what I'm envisaging. I mean, it's meant to be a medieval manor house, which probably looks more like that or this, but this fits the screen better. Yeah, a lot of these are way too modern. Something like that could work, but there's a lot of foliage obscuring it. I'll have to fill in. Oh, look at that one. It's like a castle. There's the White House. Oh, check this one out here. Yes, I'm very interested in that one. Now, all the images on Pixabay are royalty free. You can use for whatever you want, which is good. Ooh, that's potentially good too. I mean, this is a very small village, so I don't want an actual castle. Like, this is not the home of a king. This is the home of a small kind of rural lord. I'm going to try this one. So I'm going to download this in the smallest size available, because the game itself is 320 by 200 pixels, which is unimaginably small by today's standards. But this is kind of like a retro style game. Graphics. Backgrounds. Actually, no, that's not where I'm saving them, is it? Temp assets. Yeah, this is where I was saving it all. So this is where we will put the manor. Alright. Let's open that up. Oops. let's just crop to that. Now let's not bother with that bit to the side there. So let's just do that. You know what? That's almost perfect in size. I don't even have to resize it. Because if I paste that to a new layer, that is exactly the size that I want. Okay, but we're not quite ready to bring that into there yet. I need to cut this out. Can I go like that? Get the easy bits and then I can do the fine details with another tool. Alright. We use the eraser tool. Now the good thing about this is it kind of blurs the edges as you delete stuff, so that helps it to make it look more natural when it kind of goes into the new image. I'll probably make this a bit bigger. Get rid of more at once. Still too big. So how far through Elantris are you, Twyla? Just first chapter. Alright, so you're right near the beginning. One of the things I really liked about Atlantis were, I think they were called the Seones, the kind of floating globe things. They were really cool and quite unique in a fantasy setting. Oh, it started right before your live stream started. Wow. Oops. Well, I am honoured that you will be watching this rather than reading Brandon. I'll have to get out my collection in a minute. Show you what I've got. Mm. Ooh. Alright, I've cut out the sky. Now I'm going to have to do something here. There's this little edge of a bench. I reckon if I just kind of copy a bit of this, paste it over the top, I'm hoping that won't notice. There we go. Magic. Alright, let's see what this looks like in the image. Paste this as a new layer. Move it up the top. I mean, it looks like a photo pasted on top of a background. And it's also probably too small for the size of the character. Because if I bring in a picture of him, graphics, sprites, Gilbert. If I paste him in as a layer, actually it doesn't, it's not too bad. Once you're walking back here, but I may not let the character walk there. I may just have him walk up that far, and you can. Well, that's funny because that doesn't actually look like a door, does it? So how do you get into this house? I might have to draw a door there of my own. That could be tricky to make it look like it matches the picture. I should have a snack while I think. I've been eating very well lately because I've been trying to lose a little bit of weight because I have a lot of excess. So I haven't been eating naughty snacks, but today's a special day, and my wife went and got me a whole lot of things. So I've got this This is not all just for me for today, but there's some hedgehog slices. There's chocolate brownie. We like those here. And some Tim Tams, the great Australian chocolate biscuit. That's a double coat, my favourite. I think this might be what I break into. And, various different types of chocolate. You've got some Crunch, which is an old favourite of mine. Some Aero Mint. Some Darrell Lee and some Cadbury. And lots of yummy stuff. So I haven't actually eaten any of this yet. But I'm not a big snacker. And especially not in the morning. I will have a snack in the afternoon. If I give it... Well, I still have a snack in the afternoon. I try to make it a slightly healthier one than it used to be. But I don't eat a lot between meals. But yeah, I'm going to break into the Tim Tams and have one of those. Just had some Spree candies. I don't know what they are. But let's find out. Manufactured by the Willy Wonka Company. It amuses me no end that there really is, there is an actual Willy Wonka Company nowadays. Obviously inspired by Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Interesting. They almost look like Smarties or M&Ms, but taller. And I'm assuming, are they just kind of solid candy, or do they have something inside them? Compressed dextrose candy, covered in a coloured fruit-flavoured shell. Oh, so they'd be more like, what are the ones? They're like M&Ms, but there's not chocolate inside. It's like a chewy stuff instead. Can't think what they're called now. Yeah, so these are my favourite. Gonna make that house a bit bigger. I should just delete your ink on that layer. Paste that in. Alright, I may need to add something to the right hand side of the room where Gilbert's house is, just to suggest a hint of this thing being over to the right, because it's going to be too jarring otherwise. So, chewy sour. I've never really been into sour kind of lollies. My son is really funny. He likes to eat them, but I don't think he actually likes them. So he'll I don't know, maybe he does it for the challenge, but he eats it, and then his face kind of contorts, and he goes, oh! But then he has another one. It's quite funny to watch. Okay. I think that is going to work for the size. So if we move Gilbert around, seems good. Right, but I'm going to have to turn this window into a door, because it just doesn't make sense for there not to be a door there. How am I going to do that? Alright, I think I need some wood texture. That there would be perfect, but that's an ad for a paid site. That's interesting, because it's already got a transparent background. I wonder if that would work. Come on. Come on. Don't die on me. Okay. Not sure what happened there. Alright. We want this door to be approximately whatever that size is. .32 by 45. Alright, let's resize this to be about 50 pixels high. And we'll paste that as a new layer. Right, now I need to, first of all, I need to copy some of that bush back. Oh, that worked quite well. Okay. Now I need to make this look like it belongs a bit more. I have another layer in between those two. Copy that, paste it into here and move it across like that. I think that's sort of working. Oops. No, that's not what I want. Actually, we kind of want that, don't we? No, don't want that. Nathan James Norman, welcome to the stream, and Reed is back. And yes, we are making a game. Or trying to. I can't draw to save my life. But I'm making use of stock photos and kind of blending them together, sometimes tracing over them, that kind of stuff. So I've got this manor house and I've got a door. I'm just trying to put the door on the house to make it look like it belongs. Yes, it is afternoon for me, Nathan. It is 12:09 p.m. So I've just had... Oops. I've just had a double coat Tim Tam. If you haven't heard of those, look them up. It is the best thing that Australia has to offer. Better even than kangaroos. I have eaten kangaroo. I've eaten meatballs. My daughter made kangaroo meatballs at school. Which sounds so stereotypical that it can't be real, but but it was. And it just tastes like beef. Yeah, so I'm making a scene for this game. So this is a point-and-click adventure game in the style of the Sierra and LucasArts games of the 90s. Let me just quickly open this up and show you what that looks like, just to give some context. Tried to run this twice today. The first time it crashed, the second time it worked. Yeah, Nathan, so he feels like he's had one before. The Tim Tam, that is, not the kangaroo. So I watch a YouTuber who, he's an American but he loves Australia, so he reacts to a lot of Australian things and he's really kind of absorbing himself in our culture, and all his viewers send him Tim Tams in the mail. So he's got this giant crate full of packets of Tim Tams. He said he may have the record for having the most Tim Tams in America. Okay. Ah, jerky. At a store last week that boasted they had kangaroo jerky. Ooh, suspicious file didn't. Yeah, okay, it does this sometimes. It's not suspicious, it's mine. I made it. Yeah, so good old point-and-click adventure. Nothing to see inside the house yet, but we've got the house here, we've got a tree. So this is a fantasy science fiction kind of story. It is, it's not our world, it's another world, but there are trappings of our world, as you will see. This is Lady Jacosa, so the character's goal at the moment is to propose to her. And he needs to, if you ask her now, she'll say, if you ask my father first. So you've got to go to the manor house and ask the father. So that's the current character's goal. So yeah, as you can see here, we have a church, which is very much something from our world. So why is this here in this fantasy world? There is an answer, but that's a bit of a mystery that the game is setting up. So what I'm doing now is I'm building the manor house where the character will go and meet Lady Jacosa's father, who is the lord of this village. So this is basically a medieval manor house. Why did I not get any pixels then? Copy. Hang on. Wrong layer. What am I doing wrong here? I'm going to copy from this layer. Okay. Trapping of our world, like Tim Tams and kangaroo meatballs. Well, in this case, it's a Christian church, which would seem to be out of place in a secondary world fantasy. But over time, the story will explain why that is. In theory, there could be kangaroo meatballs, but they're very unlikely to be. Alright, that may be good enough. We'll see how it looks in the game itself. Alright, so we'll save this as a JPEG. Roommate outside manor. Flatten. Okay, so we want to import the main background. You're about to import an extra background to this room, thus creating animated backgrounds. No, that is not what I want to do. If you want to change the background image, click the change button. Okay, I will do that. That's interesting to know you can have animated backgrounds though. I wasn't aware of that. Graphics, backgrounds. That one. Okay. So the first thing we need to set are our edges. So we'll drag that in a bit because if it's too close to the end of the screen, it's hard to make your character walk into the next room. The top edge doesn't really matter because the walkable area will take care of that. So how was your dinner, Reed? The next thing we want to do is set the walkable areas. So ID 0 is used for deleting, so we want to use ID 1. And we're going to draw a box. Essentially, we're saying any of this blue area is where the character is allowed to walk. So they can come up here. And they can walk all the way up to the front door. Now, I could make it so they can walk along here behind the hedge. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. Because I don't really want them walking back to the other room to the left. Behind there. Although, actually, that may be fine. So maybe we should do that. Maybe we'll say they can walk along here. Because that gives a bit more of a feeling of open space to the game. Now this blue area is where the feet of the character can go. So obviously the head will protrude up a lot further than that. Okay. Oh, we need to take that across the rest of the way. Right, so that's where you can walk. But we need some walk behinds now. So when you're up here, we want you to be drawn behind the hedge. Hey, Harry. The baseline for that will be here, which is pixel 167. Hide some Tim Tams behind the hedge. That could be a fun Easter egg, although you wouldn't be able to see them. So, John Wilkerson, welcome. John popped in while I was doing a test stream last night to say hello. And this is Harry, for those who may not have met him.
Dad, what are you doing?
I'm working on Gilbert's Journey, my adventure game.
Okay, what is this why do you have a live action real life picture?
Well, because I'm streaming, you know that.
Are you putting that real picture in the game?
Yeah. This is a room from the game. So yes, we're doing some game development, John, at the moment. And because I can't draw, I use lots of stock photos. So that'll have the same base. Oh, that's got the same walkover area, so that's fine. We'll save that. Now we set up our movement. So room 2. So let's go back to the room. Oop. Harry's trying to shoot the screen. So if we walk off the left edge, what we want to do is player.change room auto position to room 2. And then conversely, from room 2, we want to walk off the right edge and player.change room order position to room 8. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're going to walk over here. I may need to adjust the edge of this screen. And here we are, right in front of the manor house.
What is that supposed to be?
Shambles. That was Mum's live show that she used to do on Facebook with her friend. So we can walk behind here. Oop. Alright. Okay, there's some adjusting to do there. So the top of the hedge needs to be in front of us. And the walk behind is way too high because our legs have disappeared. Which is quite amusing. What are you doing back there?
Jumping.
Okay. Alright, so we've got to fix that. That's kind of funny. How did I manage that? No, what room A? When you open a room, you can only have one open at a time. So it closes the previous one, which is a little bit annoying.
Daddy,
Yes.
why do you have Tam Tims?
Because it's stream day, so I get to eat treats.
Just treats.
Would you like one?
Yeah, I'd like a Tim Tam.
Wait till you see what's in here. Mum bought lots of stuff. So, yeah, we'll all be eating this all week long. I'm not going to eat it all today.
Dad, what's this from?
That's a Dalek poster. Mum got them somewhere. I can't remember where.
An event place.
Mm-hmm. So set this to the walk behind. And this is where we use that 0 thing, which we can use to delete. So essentially, I need to get rid of the stuff above the hedge. That just deletes it. But what I also need to do is at the top of the hedge. So I'm going to need to trace... Oh, put this back onto 1. Christian Geek Central. Hey Adam, how has the stream been going? Hello Peter, and welcome. The stream is going pretty well so far. I got my words written for NaNoWriMo this morning, and some people stayed and kind of watched me write, which was pretty cool. Hopefully it wasn't too boring, but one of them said that it was like getting to read a free book. But of course it was reading a rough draft.
Ah!
There's Harry. But yeah, now I'm doing some game development. We're making a point-and-click adventure game. And I just amusingly had the character walking with no legs. So I'm just fixing that now.
Daddy,
Yep.
this thing.
Yes, that's called a VHS. Back in my day, he knows what a VHS is. He loves retro technology. This is Harry's ultrasound.
Why we have that?
Why wouldn't we have that? It was your very first video footage that we had of you.
Yeah, but I wasn't even born yet.
Yep. I was very excited to have that, because it meant I could edit it into your baby documentary.
Mm-hmm. Why are you telling people about this?
You brought it up.
I'm sorry.
That's alright. Nothing wrong
Is
with
that
it.
an actual harmonica?
That is an actual harmonica.
Never seen you use it ever.
Right, so we'll fill that and that.
Also, this tape dispenser.
It's kind of funny. Right,
Where did all the paper clips go?
they must have fallen out. So, I've kind of taken some inspiration from you, Peter, and I've been eating very well lately, but this is stream day, so I've come prepared with snacks. My wife bought a lot of stuff lately, so I've just treated myself to a Tim Tam double coat, which is my favourite. And I've got a whole bag of stuff here.
Why did
There's
Mum...
a chocolate brownie. There's some hedgehog slices.
You're a hedgehog.
We've got some crunch chocolate. I don't know if you have this over there.
I think they do.
Some peppermint Aero, mint Aero.
You are an arrow too.
We've got some good old classic Cadbury.
That's British chocolate.
Technically, but a lot of it's made here in Tassie. You won't have this, I don't think. This is Daryl Lee.
Who's Daryl Lee?
Some bloke. But yeah, so we'll be eating this through the week. But I get to snack on whatever I fancy.
Daddy, you've got a com badge.
I do have a com badge. That's so in case the Enterprise needs to contact me while I'm streaming.
Wait, who just texted you?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Whatever happened
It
to...
was Mum. She says on way home, which means she's bringing some Maccas.
You mean... I know Americans say Mickey D's, but
Yes.
McDonald's.
In fact, someone just
Also-
mentioned that on the stream earlier.
Also...
Back off carbs again and grumpy about it. Yeah.
Also-
I've been having... I haven't gone as far as you, but I'm definitely having I'm not eating sugary rubbish like this most of the time.
Okay, what happened to the cover for the...
And trying to have significantly less
what
carbs
happened
at
to the
lunch and
case
stuff.
for this Star Trek Deep Space Nine VHS?
I threw it out when I threw out all my VHSs. I just didn't realise the tape was still in the machine. So yes, I have one lonely little VHS left. That doesn't have a case anymore.
But look at this boys.
I'm not getting rid of that. That's a collector's item.
Which one is this?
That is the final episode
Yeah, but
of the
what-
Next Generation.
It's a limited edition one though.
It is. It's a numbered limited edition.
Dad, this episode is 142 minutes. Why is
Yep. It was a movie length finale. All right, let's test that and see if that fixes the problem.
I bet it's terrible quality because it's VHS. But Dad, it's got a booklet in it.
It does. I eat carbs like crazy because I'm a twig. Yes, I am happy for you, Reed. I
Daddy, what is the
rejoice with
intro?
you for that
What on earth is the intro?
phenomenon.
Did you actually make an intro?
Phenomenon. That's definitely a line from that episode.
What episode?
That episode.
But why is it? Yes, why is
Whoops.
the front cover just of the Enterprise and nothing else?
Well, it was a special cover for the finale.
This one says 2131. I don't know what. This was.
Alright, so we're going to walk up these stairs.
Oh.
Alright, we go behind the hedge and we can... Ooh, our feet... we maybe should be slightly... Actually, maybe that is probably fine.
Daddy, look. This
Oops.
This also has a special feature on it, which is a making of being called Journey's Edge.
Yeah.
Not Edge. Edge.
Alright, I'm happy with that. Now we can do the inside.
Daddy, I'm terrible at pronouncing words.
Let's just make sure we can go back to the other room.
I hope people can't see me.
They can't at the moment, no. Thankfully.
Good.
Harry's practicing to be a plumber. Yes, Christian Geek Central says, Reed Benton, that's a gift. It is a gift. Are there any disadvantages to having like a metabolism where you stay thin and it doesn't really matter what you eat? I can't think of anything, but I'd be curious to know because I've never been that. Yes, that's my Sierra tape.
Daddy, was this did you get this shipped from the USA?
I did when I was about your age.
Why did you want basically just a promotion?
Because sound cards were a new thing and it was exciting. I wanted to know what a computer could sound like with real music.
But want to know the problem with this tape? It is literally an ad.
That's okay. One side's an ad, the other side is just music. So this is going to be inside the manor house.
Yeah, but
Now that I've got a few more people, I should probably show a bit more of this game, I guess.
Dad,
Does that say Gilbert's Journey, a reference to Ron?
who's wrong?
I did not think of that, but that makes sense. Ron Gilbert basically invented the genre of point-and-click adventures.
Who's Ron Gilbert?
Not a deliberate reference, no, but yeah, cool. No, I just thought Gilbert was an appropriately medieval-sounding name. Yes, I know the file is safe. I made it. All right, this is a placeholder intro. There's going to be different graphics and animation and stuff. At the moment, it's just one image with text. But so they found you lying in the meadow near the mountain pass, dishevelled, dirty, and unconscious. Your charred garments were like nothing they'd ever seen before. When you finally awoke in the village, you couldn't tell them your name or where you'd come from. Your life was a blur. Your only memory was of falling. They gave you the name Gilbert. Lord Bennet took pity on you and welcomed you into the village. You quickly became a valued member of the community, working hard and providing fascinating innovations, such as new farming tools. Many suspected you had been a scholar in your prior life, given the lack of wear and tear on your body and your ability to learn quickly. Over time, you'd become quite close to the Lady Jocosa, the daughter of Lord Bennet. Your thoughts turned to marriage. Perhaps today will be the day you work up the courage to propose. Meanwhile, the mystery of your past continues to haunt you. From what strange place did you come? And will you ever remember it? So this is a blending of sci-fi and fantasy. For all intensive purposes, this is a secondary world fantasy setting. But there are trappings of our world, which no one seems to understand. But some of these things are familiar to you. And the church is the example of that. So that's a mystery of the game. So as with a book, at the beginning of a story, the character must always have a goal. So until we learn more about what our quest will be, your immediate goal is proposing. And when we attempt that, if we haven't asked the father, she'll tell us where to go. So, our next goal as a character is to go ask the father who is in the manor house.
Why do you need to ask a father?
Tradition? Respect?
But is that how it is in normal days?
Less so in today's culture, but it is still kind of a thing sometimes.
That's gross. Not gross, it's weird.
Is it?
It's weird that you have to ask the father. What about the mother?
Nathan Norman, when I was a kid, my metabolism was so fast that it depleted my fat cells and gave me monster migraines because my body was eating itself. Fortunately, I don't have that problem anymore. Okay, that is definitely a disadvantage, Nathan. I would not wish that on anyone. That sounds unpleasant.
That sounds so awful that I want to eat lasagna.
That's a strange correlation, Harry. Alright, now, this is how because I can't draw to save my life, I use stock photos.
Daddy?
Now, this is going to be a harder one to find something suitable. I may have to use something like this and just trace over it. But texturing it to look kind of the same level of photorealism as everything else
What is Captain Comic?
would be hard. Captain Comic was a computer game.
Daddy, this is an actual hole there. And my finger accidentally went through the hole, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
well, yeah, no, you can... Just don't touch the inner disc.
Dad?
Not that we have a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive to put it in anymore. This is looking more like it.
Come on, I want to play some of these games.
Now, I'm not going to model out the entire interior of this house. You're basically going to open the door, and then you're going to walk into a sitting room. Something like this, maybe. And then when you leave that room, you'll come back outside. Oh, hang on. Credits. This is iStock Photo.
This one...
Oh, these are all sponsored images.
Here are the...
Because there's nothing on Pixabay that matches. I hate it when that happens.
Oh, here's one...
I mean, I understand what they do. I'm totally in support of that. They got to... they're offering free stuff. They got to fund it somehow. It's just annoying when I accidentally click on one that I think is going to be free.
So King's Quest 2 was only on one floppy?
Yes, it was. Although I think it was on 2 5 1/4 discs, but 1 3.5 disc.
Look at that game. Daddy said that he got this in the mail and he'd been waiting for it so long that he did his job so fast that he could tear open his parcel and get the game and play it. Because he'd been waiting a long time because it came from America. And isn't shipping from America back then worse than it is today?
I don't know what it was like back then because my dad paid for it. So that was his problem.
Yeah, but shipping...
You know very well that when you're a kid, you don't care about money. That you just let your parents worry about that.
No, what I mean is...
When you become a parent yourself,
time.
that things change. Tripexels. Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
I mean shipping...
Also, girls called me chicken legs. That hurt too, but in a different way. Yeah. That's the human nature, isn't it? People will always find some reason to make fun of someone.
Daddy, you can still get floppy disk drives. I'll play these boys.
Pixels.
And Daddy, this game, you never played this.
That one was Poppies.
Why what? But I thought these games were for like naughty people.
In a sense, that game was not that much worth. Well, I suppose it was a bit worse than the James Bond movie. Alright.
Laser Suit Larry 2, right?
Inside Mansion.
And Laser Suit Larry 3. He also had he had the first.
Why are we looking at dogs?
He also had the third game.
I can't spell mansion to save my life. Is that right? It's been a problem word for me all day.
What is Space Pioneers?
That was a story I wrote when I was at university. Okay, that is correct spelling.
Writer's Workshop.
Harry, like I mentioned earlier, he loves retro media and storage devices. He's
Dad,
currently
what's
looking
that?
through all my old floppy disks.
Daddy, what's this? That part.
The magnet touches that and spins, and that's what spins the disc, so it can read the data.
Daddy, these are like got a plastic shell. Writer's Workshop.
Okay.
Conquest of Camelot, Disc 4.
Mini. Your house.
Daddy, it's
Oh, the
spelled-
Dapper Man is here. Hello, Kevin. Wow, everyone's showing up at the moment.
Who is a Dapper Man?
The Dapper Man. I've told you about the Dapper Man. He does movie reviews.
What country is he from?
Well, he's originally from Ireland, but he lives in America.
Conquest of the Longbow. More Larry. Conquest of the Longbow.
We're making a game at the moment, and I'm just looking for graphics to steal.
Steal?
Well, legally steal. They're all royalty-free images. So.
Daddy, you're not allowed to steal Codename Iceman, Disc 1 of 4. Daddy, why do a lot of people think Codename Iceman is a bad
So yeah, it's a point-and-click adventure game. So we're doing some images.
Daddy,
Now, my wife has just arrived with lunch.
you mean McDonald's?
Yeah, so it's McHappy Day at the moment,
Daddy,
which is
Daddy,
raising...
that's got the dynamics.
Yeah, Harry, there's a limit to how much you should... Like, I'm on a stream here at the moment. I don't mind you talking to me, but when I'm trying to talk to people, let me have my turn, okay? It's okay. Yes, so McHappy Day is a fundraising kind of thing for the Ronald McDonald House for, like, sick kids' families. So, yeah, Linda's gone and bought a Big Mac for everyone to show our support to that, which fits in very well with the St. Jude's Children's Hospital, which I'm raising money for.
Yeah, they have.
So Dapper Man is at work lunch. Cricket Central has been doing a dietary fast to kickstart my return to keto, and it's moments from being over as I await my keto pizza in the toaster oven. I may explode when it's ready or something.
Daddy, I just want to say that these people know that McHappy Day normally has different types of socks.
I don't know. Can you go open the door for Mum, please? Alright. So I don't want to take an extended break right now while I've got so many people here watching. But I do need to go visit the toilet. So I'm going to take a quick break, go grab my food. I may even bring it back. But I will tell Harry that you said hello in a minute. So I will not be away for very long. But while I'm away, where is it? Here is something to keep you entertained. How's it going? I'm Adam David Collins, the author of Jewel of the Stars, a space opera story. And I'm going to read you the first 3 chapters of the book, which introduces you to the main point of view characters. But before I do that, I'm going to read you the blurb from the back cover. Haley was more confident designing starships than raising an autistic child. Now she just wants a relaxing holiday with her family. But when Earth falls to an alien armada, she knows life will never be the same again. Les was just a cruise ship captain. Now he must rise up and become something greater if he is to keep his crew and passengers alive. Braxton never wanted to leave the Space Navy, but now taking a cruise is the only way to feel the stars around him. This crisis may be his ticket to regaining the life he thought was gone forever. Can they overcome their differences and save everyone on the ship? If they reach unexplored space, they might yet survive, but an unstoppable enemy stands in their way. Alright, let's get into the book. Jewel of the Stars, Season 1, Episode 1, Earth's Remnant. Written and narrated by Adam David Collins. Chapter 1. Les Miller refused to teleport without his hat. As the captain, he had to set an example for the rest of the crew. He rummaged through his suitcase. He'd worn it home from the ship yesterday, so would have put it straight on top. He glanced at the time projected by his eye lenses. 7:15. It would take 15 minutes to reach the spaceport on Toronto Island. If he didn't find his hat in the next few minutes, he'd be late. He moved into the living area. There it was, sitting on the Chesterfield. He picked it up and slipped it on his head. Now he looked the part of a ship's captain, and it covered his grey hair. He headed back into the bedroom to close his suitcase. How had his hat ended up on the Chesterfield? That's right, he tossed it down last night when his brother called, just as he'd arrived home. The door chime sounded. Seriously? He had no time for visitors. Les put the suitcase down and opened the door. The man on the threshold had a forehead dripping with perspiration and sporting a short scar leading up to wild orange hair. The guy's rags had a whiff of smoke about them, and wild, bloodshot eyes stared at him. Great. A homeless crazy had got past the security downstairs. "Can I help you?" "Captain Les Miller?" What was that accent? South African? Yeah? "You're on your way to the ship, aren't you? The Jewel of the Stars?" How did a tramp from the street know his name, let alone the name of his ship? A family of butterflies landed in his gut. Was this guy stalking him? He reached his left hand around the doorway and hovered his index finger over the security button. "Who are you?" I'm not important. You can't go." "I can't go where?" "Into space, on the ship." "How do you know so much about me?" Les pushed the button. "Doesn't matter. Something terrible is going to happen." "Something terrible is already happening. I'm late for work, and I'm being stalked by a crazy man. Now, if you excuse me..." He picked up his suitcase. "I'm serious, Captain. There's danger out there. Actually, the danger is coming here, but that's irrelevant." The man clenched his eyes shut, then opened them a second later. "The point is, you'll be better off if you stay here. You might even be able to prevent it." This guy was either insane or privy to some disturbing information. Les bet on the former. He wasn't abandoning his job based on nothing more than vague predictions of doom. There was still a question of how this caller knew so much about Les. Why choose him as a target? "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You will. Don't let that ship leave." Les put down the suitcase and clenched his fists. "Step away from my door." Ding! The lift doors behind the crazy man slid open. 2 uniformed guards stepped out. "Sir, you need to come with us." One of the guards strode towards the door. "Nobody wants to be bothered by you." The crazy man glanced over his shoulder at the guards and bolted. The guard by the lift leapt after him down the hallway. Moments later, the guard dragged the intruder back into the lift. "Don't go into space!" the man shouted. "Cancel the flight! Don't let those passengers leave Earth!" The lift doors stole anything else the intruder would have said. Les turned to the remaining security officer. "Your men need to be more vigilant. If he'd been dangerous, you might have been too late." "I apologize, Captain Miller. He slipped by us. Tricky guy. Not sure how he managed it." Miller nodded. "Well, no harm done, but I do need to get to the spaceport. So if you don't mind..." "Of course. Have a good day, Captain." Les couldn't help but smile. His uniform and rank often impressed people, even though he wasn't military. It was nice to be respected. He glanced at his watch. Stars! He needed to leave. Now. The air around Les fizzed for a moment as he materialized in the teleport chamber aboard the Jewel of the Stars. He stepped out of the chamber, meeting the gaze of the pretty Asian teleport operator, and strolled out into the corridor. He stole a glance at the time display. He'd made it, but he no longer had the luxury of... Alright, if that captured your interest at all, 99 cents. Or free on Wattpad. Although, as the chat is saying, a lot of people have already read it. And yeah, Reed helped me beta read some in this series. John did a review on his channel. And Nathan produced an audio version of a short story set in the same universe, featuring the brother of one of the characters in this book. And it was read by Francisco Ruiz, which is also part of who is part of the Christian Geek Central community that is running this Game Save charity event that I'm participating in. So, yes, very much a community effort there. So, I have my Big Mac here. I have had a little bit of it because I figured no one really wants to see me stuffing that in my face. But we might get back to some of this while I eat. That's right. I was demonstrating the game, wasn't I? Where did we get to? Did I? Oh no, did I finish showing the game? Nathan says that's cool. We're all fans. It's. I certainly appreciate very much people reading my book. There's not large numbers, but there's quality numbers. Okay, so I've closed the game, so I must have finished showing what it was about. So we're looking for an inside of this house. No, those are sponsored ones. How about something like medieval living room? Lots of modern stuff in here. Nicholas Edmondson, how far along are you with the game? Also, given you're eating a Big Mac, have you tried the special burger sauce from Woolworths? Yeah, we definitely had a tube of Big Mac special sauce at home a couple of years ago. I don't know if we got it from Woolworths. I think we might have bought it from McDonald's on McHappy Day. Previous year. But yeah, we definitely had some, and we used to make our own burgers with it. It was pretty cool. In terms of the game, I'm not very far along. I'm working on the first act, basically. So the story is kind of contained within the village at the moment, but it's going to very quickly move beyond the village, and it's going to be a whole journey. There's going to be lots of things revealed about the character's past, which will be very interesting. Yeah, this game is not a serious project like my writing is. I view my writing as a career, a side career, whereas this is just a hobby for a bit of fun. It's basically just for me. You know, if I ever finish it, I'll let people play it, but it's not something that I am marketing as a great quality item because, yeah, I can't draw. Reed says, when I was living in China for the first year, I had a roommate from America, and we lived close to McDonald's that neighboured a KFC. Yes, I think I read the story once of the little girl from Russia who was visiting America, and her eyes lit up, and she said, "Mummy, they have McDonald's in America." Not realising, of course, that that's where it came from. But McDonald's in particular are very good at not only spreading throughout the world, but making themselves unique to each place they go.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Where's Chloe?
Chloe's at Grandma's house studying for exams.
Because Mum has her food for her.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, because Mum wasn't here, and I didn't realise that Grandma was going to take her to her house. I better very quickly go talk to my wife for one moment. Anybody want a cheeseburger? We've got a free one going. given the preservatives, it's probably going to be still good when it reaches your shores. This is the most trouble I've had finding something that's sponsored. What's that look like? Oh, that's a nice stock as well. Nathan says, when I go to Vietnam, the odd McDonald's or Burger King is like manna from heaven. Yeah, there's something comforting about the familiar. Like, it can be fun to try food from other places sometimes, but there's nothing like what you used to. John says, maybe you need to go with a modern interior. I think what I might do is just have a placeholder image for now. There we go, there's our room. This will obviously be replaced with something else later on. So we go to room 9. Because what I want to do is actually be able to hook up the dialogue with the character. So we'll just really quickly... Not the edges don't really make a difference in a screen like this because it's all about the walkable area. So we'll set a walkable area on the floor. Oh. Here's me thinking, oh yeah, I can just flood fill because... Oh, not online. Because this is all enclosed, but of course it's not the pixels from the background image that matter. It's the pixels in the actual walkable area. So we've still got to trace over that. And then we can fill. And there was a gap in there somewhere. There's the gap. Is there another? Doesn't look like it. Alright. We've got a walkable area and we will also want a hotspot. Which will be the door. Fill that in. So it is almost 1 o'clock. So once I've finished eating my food, I might switch to playing some games. So this is the door. Each door. I won't bother setting walk to point because this is all temporary. But we will interact. In fact, let's do a stand on, because technically it's a doorway, not a door. Player.change room. We want to go to room 8. Oh, I should have found out the coordinates first, but I can do that in here. So we're going to position the character about there. So 165, 166. That should do that. And now we want to do the other side. So the player will appear about here, which is a piece of paper. $56, $157. Okay, so we go to room 8. Edit room. You're going to define a hotspot on that door. Close the gap, and then we can fill that. Alright, front door, H front door. The walk to point will be 165, 167. 165, 167. Interact. Player.change room to room 9. And we're going to 56, 157. Now we will also play the open door sound, which I can get from here. Room 8. Alright, let's test that. Nuggets.
Have what you want. It's in the fridge.
Thank you.
Daisy Shark. Where's it going?
Alright, that takes us inside. And if we walk back to the door, the walkable area is not going to get us quite there, is it? So that's a bit of a flaw. So we need to extend the floor. Get room on that. And that should do the trick. to the door. And that takes us back outside again. Right. Welcome back, Barmy Leader. Yes, we're doing some game development. It's just a little fun hobby project. Nothing serious. Not intended to be high quality by any means. But this is a sci-fi fantasy mashup story, which will involve lots of exploration and solving mysteries, and it's going to put the character on a quest which they haven't yet received. At the moment, the character's goal is to propose. In order to do that, he's got to talk to the bride's father, because if he hasn't, she won't give him an answer. So we need a character. Real name. Lord something. I think it was Bennett, don't they? So this is the Lord of the particular village. Now normally I would give him a... This is just the same sprite as Gilbert, but we're going to keep that for the moment because I haven't drawn a new sprite for him. And Tyler says, very cool. So his starting X and Y position... Well, first of all, his starting room will be... room 9. His coordinates will be 245162. 245162. 245162. 245162. Okay. Now we're going to need a dialogue script, and I'm going to have to remind myself how we do that. Dialogue. So this is our dialogue with Jacosa. So I might actually copy that just as a reference. So this is the last little bit we'll do on this game, and then we'll get on to playing some games. Army Leader always wanted to make a first-person shooter game. I could have enough skill, but if I learn AI, we'll start off simple and then do what I want. Put it on Steam or whatever. Yeah, that's the advantage of an adventure game, is that it's a heck of a lot simpler. So we can create a new dialogue now. Right, so this is our dialogue entry point. Now, do we use the internal name? I'm assuming we do, in which case it will just be Lord. We may have some other dialogue options to flesh out the world and the characters, but the most important one, as far as the plot is concerned, is can I marry your daughter? So show and say. So we don't need to repeat that in here. We start with his response. That is not going to be final dialogue. This is just a skeleton. Right, now, we need some actual code in here. We need to set a global variable. Now, to switch out of dialogue into code, all we do is 2 spaces at the front of the line, and then I should be able to say the asked Lord equals true. In fact, what we probably should do, if the asked Lord equals true, then the Lord will say, already asked me, doofus. Else okay, so we've got to do it this way now. clord.say, sure thing, mate. Okay. Return. So instead of return there, we can say stop. And that should put an end to that dialog tree. And then, so this is, call this D Lord. So we should now be able to go back to character Lord and talk to character. And we should just be able to say D Lord dot, is it execute, start? Start. That should do it. Compilation errors. Of course there are. Expected semicolon after close brackets. Probably the most common error you'll get programming in a C-style language. Parse error. What's wrong with that? Oh. That was a rookie mistake. For those who are not programming nerds like me, a double equals means check whether these two things are equal. A single equals is what we call an assignment statement, and it means make this thing equal to the other. So instead of setting the flag to true, I was actually just kind of asking, is this true? But I wasn't telling her what to do, whether it was or not. Okay. So we'll have a chat. What do you need, Gilbert? Ah, now that's interesting because there's only one option. It hasn't actually given me a dialog selection at the bottom. So that's a smart that's built into it. So he just said, go for it, mate. So that's good. We can go get engaged. And I've already coded that, but I've never been able to test it, obviously, because I was missing this piece. So let's see what happens. Alright, will you marry me? Unexpected. I assume you've asked my father's permission. Yes, he is skeptical of my position, but has no objections on a personal level. He wants me to prove myself, but he is amicable to me asking your opinion. Thank you for asking my feelings and not just treating me like a prize to be negotiated for. I could see myself happily marrying you, Gilbert, if you can convince my father of your worthiness Names, excuse me, are preparation to make and friends to tell. Lady Chikoza gives the warmest smile, and off she goes. And because I have not yet created a walking animation, she has very cleverly mastered the art of moonwalking without moving your legs at all, which is pretty funny. So there you go. So the next thing that's going to happen is the discovery of a crashed spaceship, which has a voice recording of your character. So that begins to explain some of the origins of your character. And when you come back from making that discovery, you're going to discover the village has been ransacked by barbarians, and a whole bunch of people have been kidnapped, including Jacoza. So you will then be off on an adventure to rescue the people from the village. So that is the game. That's where it's headed, and that's where it is at the moment. But it is time now to stop developing and start playing. So that was a bit of fun. I don't work on that often, but it's an entertaining thing to come back to when I have the time. It's just nice to be doing something creative that's not work. Like, writing has always been fun for me, but since I got more serious about it, it's become work. Whereas making a game is not going to intrude into that work area. It's just going to stay a fun hobby. And sometimes you need that, no matter how much you love writing. So about 2 years ago, maybe 3, but I think it was 2, I did a stream like this, and I was, at the end of the stream, I was playing King's Quest 3. Now, I didn't finish the game because I got to the end of the stream, and that's the wrong game. So I kind of left it hanging. So anyone who was watching at the time has been waiting for 2 years to find out if I can finish the game. Well, wonder no more. But first... Previously in King's Quest 3. Gwydion is a slave boy to an evil wizard, Manannan. He discovers Manannan's secret lab under the house. Gwydion goes about collecting ingredients for spells throughout the land of Ludor while the wizard is out. In his travels, he learns that he is the long-lost child of King Graham of Daventry, taken at birth. Daventry is being terrorized by a two-headed dragon who has kidnapped Gwydion's twin sister, Rosella. After escaping the wizard by turning him into a cat, Gwydion books passage on a sailing ship. And now, the conclusion. So there, that brings us up to date. So I pretty much finished where I turned the wizard into the cat. Now I did play a little bit more offline after that stream, and basically all I did was finish making the magic spells, and then I came in here into the tavern and I booked passage on a sailing ship so I can leave the land of Ludor and try and find the land of Daventry where I can rescue my sister. Previously in King's Quest 3. Finally meet my long-lost parents. And there's the ship that I'm going on. There we go. As the gangplank is drawn in, you hear the captain shout to his men, "Take his things and put him in the old until I..." There, it's dropping at Tatches. "Take his things and put him in the old until I figures out what to do with him." That might be a bit loud, is it? You have a sneaking suspicion that you may have made a big mistake. These are pirates. How is that audio? Hope it's not too loud and obnoxious. Nothing like a little salt air to perk up a boy's spirits. All things being equal, you might have enjoyed this ocean voyage. However, you have found your accommodations to be slightly less than satisfactory. So I've gone from being the slave of an evil wizard to being the slave of pirates. Now remember, you may not remember, but I've got this magic dough in my ears which allows me to understand the language of animals. So you listen as two mice talk to each other. One says, "I hear the pirates talking about bringing a cat on board." "No, don't scare me like that," exclaimed the other mouse. "I mean it. They said there's getting to be too many mice on the ship. We need to call a mouse council and decide what to do about the situation." So they'll yabber on for a while, but they will eventually say something important. Christian Geek Central. Dude, that recap video was awesome. Oh, thank you. I figured I owed that if I'm going to start in the middle of a game like this. Push box. All the crates are too heavy to move. Get box. Okay. I can't push it, but I can carry it. That's parser logic for you. Now this is obviously very low resolution graphics, but I really admire the artistry of what these people were able to do with the technology they had. I mean, just look at what they've accomplished with these big rectangular white pixels and 16 colours. It's pretty cool. Okay, at least it tells me what I should type, rather than just saying, I don't know what to do. Oops. Okay, maybe just type it again. One more time. Ah, I fell off. Okay, there we go. Now we can climb the ladder. That was a fairly extended ouch sequence. Alright, the captain is not in his quarters at the moment, so this is a good opportunity to search his quarters. Uh-oh. The captain doesn't want you snooping in his quarters. You're in trouble now. I'll not tolerate you snooping around my quarters, the captain thunders. If you catch you in here again, you'll walk the plank. Okay, so it's not going to kill me this time. So this wasn't a one-man game. This one was developed by Sierra in the late 80s. So they had quite a sizable team working on these games, I believe. It's not open. Well, you can get it pretty cheap, I would imagine, on GOG, GOG.com, possibly also Steam. You'll probably find it in the King's Quest collection. Alright, the captain is in his room at the moment. So let's explore at the front. There's really not a lot to do on the boat. We're essentially waiting for the ship to reach land before we make our move. This is where your average pirate sleeps. Actually, these bunks don't look much more comfortable than your own miserable cot used to be, and the space is just as cramped. Now you can do all sorts of things, but you're not going to find anything. There's really nothing to do here. Get in bed. No, you can't do that. It's funny because adventure games have been training you for years to look everywhere. To what's under this boat. But there's nothing that you can do with it. This is all just setting building. Alright, the captain is not in his room at the moment unless he's on the back balcony. So let's try again. Open. Oh yes. So if we look at our inventory, all I've got is that dough in my ears. There's nothing because the pirates took everything from me. But if I open the chest, you found your missing possessions. You take them with you. Now I've got a whole lot of stuff. Invisibility ointment. That could be... I may need that later, so I don't think I'll use it now. We better close the chest, hey? So I asked this earlier in the stream when I was writing, but what have people been reading lately? Anything good? Standing on the aft end of the ship. And again, there's nothing plot-wise that happens here, but it's just an opportunity to see some really nice graphics. And yeah, so some nice artistry. Because they have made a lot of use with what was available to them. Now, I don't think there's anything on the desk I need from memory. Writing modes, curiosity, open a drawer or two. There is nothing of interest among the charts and logbooks. Close them again. Bookcase. Doesn't look interesting. Yes, it does. Bookcases are always interesting. Book map. F6 to teleport. F8 to put the map away. Oh no, does that mean I can teleport straight to Daventry? I never knew you could even look at that map. That's surprising. Because this is not a magic map. This is just the captain's map. What did it say I do to get out of the map? I didn't pay attention. So Twyla Reed says, I've enjoyed this live chat, but have things to do before bedtime. Till next time. Thank you so much for sticking around for so much of this stream, Twyla. It was great to have you and chat with you. So have a really nice night. I seriously don't remember what it said to get out of the map. Okay. Are we back? Oh, okay. I got disconnected there for a minute, but I think we're back. It's happened once before today. Now if we go up all the way, if we go any further, then a guy's going to come out of that thing and kill us. So we won't do that. Right, there's the cook. If he catches us, then I think we just get thrown overboard. We don't want that. Well, we can go. We can go explore down here. Because I put so much effort into drawing this ship. But the crew are all around, so it's pretty dangerous to wander. So we'll go back down. And we'll go all the way down back into the cargo hold again. There is a reason to come back down here. We want to listen to those mice again. Sometimes they're not in the room. You gotta. It's randomly generated when you walk in whether they'll be here or not. So I think I'll have to leave and come back. I think they can appear to the left as well. Now, I read you may have to wait up to 10 minutes for the boat to actually arrive at shore. Which is kind of annoying, and certainly not something that any game would get away with these days. But I want to find those mice because they will tell us where to get... where the treasure's buried. I don't think you need the treasure to solve the game, but we might as well give it a try. There's the mice. Say something, guys. Talk to me. The mice, not you guys. You hear them talking about a buried treasure chest, the other mouse answers. I think it's buried on a beach, and they're going to dig it up. Oh, I remember, squeaks the first mouse. Remember when they first buried the treasure? It was on a small beach, and behind the beach was a high mountain range. Remember hearing one pirate say that nobody has ever crossed those mountains alive. I might be the first. Ah, okay, so they've mentioned the treasure, but they haven't said exactly where it's buried. They said it's on the island, but we're going to get more details next time they talk. So let's leave the room and come back. You know the pirate's buried treasure? You hear one of the mice say to the other? What about it? Asked the second mouse. Well, I just heard the captain talking about it with one of his men. He said it was buried. Now let me see if I can remember. Oh yeah, he said it was buried near a lone palm tree. From the palm, you walk 5 paces to the east. Oh, I should write that down. Now, a little trick, but this is randomly generated, these directions, and they are not saved with the game, apparently. So you have to hear them say it, and then dig it up within the same game session. 5 paces east. And then dig. From the palm tree. This is going to be the ultimate pixel hunt puzzle. And I might get frustrated with it before I solve it, but we'll see. Too bad we can't do anything about it, muses the other mouse. Now, do I have a shovel? Thimble, eagle feather, magic stone, brew, ointment, key, bowl, cup, purse, mutton, map, red mirror, spoon, magic rose essence, magic wand, knife, sleep powder, fly wings, and dough in ears. Okay, I do not have a shovel. I think I get that from the captain's quarters. Now, if what I heard is right about that not saving directions, I need to be very careful not to die here. Okay, captain is in his quarters. And he's not. Now let's hope he's not on the balcony. If I'm right about them not saving the coordinates, then this is pretty bad, because it can just randomly choose to kill me whenever it wants. Now where would the shovel be then? Open drawer. Oh, you hear one of the pirates shout, "Land ho, Captain!" Okay. This is where I need the book. The book being this book. Now, the manual does tell you exactly how to do all the magic spells. The user manual that came with the game. I don't remember where that is, but I do still have this book, and this has it in there as well. Causing a deep sleep. Right, so I've made it so to cast a spell which brings a deep sleep to all in the area, type pour powder on ground, and then say slumber henceforth. Okay. So let's... I don't think it really matters where on the ship we do it. But let's at least just come out here. Pour powder on ground. Pour powder on ground. Powder on ground. Do you not do that? I'm sure you meant to put the crew to sleep. Maybe you're not. But if you don't do that here, where else would you use that spell? Maybe this shovel's already on the island. I have played the modern remakes, or semi-modern remakes of this game. I've never actually played this version all the way through to the end. Which is why I kind of know how it's meant to go. But... I'm somewhat less confident about things. Powder on ground. Well, I'm going to assume then that I can't actually put them to sleep here. And in fact, don't need to. So maybe we should just jump overboard. Now, if we go one screen to the left, I'm hoping we will see the island. Well, it's not really an island, it's a continent. Here we go. Oh, sharks! That is so not fair. I'm not gonna avoid him. Oh, come on, man. Oh! That was not fair. Which means I now have probably lost the directions and might need to... Well, they're going to throw me off the plane, but I wanted to jump off anyway. Can I swim? No. Okay, fair enough. Come on. No, I'm not gonna, am I? Oh! I was like a pixel away from the ground. Game logic. He's there, but if you walk away and come back, he's not there. Now, putting it in fast mode is not going to help with the shark because he'll move just as fast as I do. It just means I have to wait as long. Alright. We are on dry land. That may mean we cannot get the treasure at this point, but we can find out. Alright, there is no shovel here. Am I imagining a shovel? Do you just dig with your hands? Alright. So, we are at the tree, right? But, I mean, there's a whole lot of tree there. So, where do we count our 5 paces from? Let's do it from like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I totally lost count of that. Okay, this is where slow is helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dig. You dig in the sand with your bare hands, but to no avail. Now that either means that I need something to dig with, or I haven't hunted the right pixel, or it's randomized the location somewhere else because I died and had to restore. I've never succeeded in getting the treasure, by the way. And I don't think I need to bother at this point, honestly. Because it really has no bearing on the game. We've got more important things to do, like crossing this mountain range that no one has ever crossed before and saving the kingdom. Oh, okay. Sometimes you're not sure whether you meant to use the parser or just the animated graphical nature of the thing. Instead of typing climb rock, you just walk up to it. nice waterfall there. Use of just a few white pixels to suggest the movement of water, quite effectively, in my opinion. Melting snow creates a myriad of tiny rainbows as it burbles through the rocks, forming tiny waterfalls on its way back down to the sea. Oh no. I was thinking, should I stop and save there? Yes, I should have. Let's get this done. I can't shortcut up here, can I? No. That's fine. Let's go back to normal speed now. I thought it was quite bold of them in the day just to have an extended sequence in a game like this where you're just walking through beautiful countryside. There's no puzzles to solve, there's no villains to face, you're just going on a journey. I know what I got to do. You know, typical Sierra thing would be you've got to find the right pixel to kind of, this path curves around behind there and you've got to very carefully walk around, but nah, that literally is a dead end. What we need to do is climb up this waterfall. But again, we don't even have to type. We just need to move the character. Because this is not a text adventure, this is a graphical animated adventure. Right, I'm going to save again here because we're about to meet someone. For all my talk of no puzzles and villains, there is a villain here. Now, the way I usually get past him is the Abominable Snowman. I usually use the teleport at random spell, but I think a better way to solve it, which I think I may have seen someone do in the past on a YouTube video or something, flying like an eagle or a fly. Dip the eagle feather in the essence. I'm not going to have time. Yeah. Later Sierra games would pause the action while you were typing, but these early ones did not. Oh, he's going to take me off to his lair. He's not just going to kill me on sight. He carries you to his cave, where you meet an early and unspeakable demise. Poor me. So, you solve that by doing something like this. So, you actually type before you enter the room. Dip the eagle feather in the essence. Stay. Dip the eagle feather in the essence. Okay. See if he shows up this time. Yep. Okay. The abominable snowman seems quite confused by this. He stares in amazement, then heads back to his cave. Okay, so it's not like I had to actually avoid him. It was just enough to confuse him. Yeah, he's not going to bother with me while I'm an eagle. But I better hope he leaves before I turn back into a human. Because this spell will wear off. Oh, come on, mate. Just go. Nothing to see here. Maybe I've got to let him catch me and then he'll get confused. Yeah, okay, off he goes. Now this spell eventually wears off. I don't think there's anything I can do to expedite that process. I've just got to wait. The urge to fly saw has left, so you head for what you hope is a safe place to land. Human again. Alright. Now, let's start heading down this mountain into Daventry. Bravely, you grasp the ice-laden rocks and attempt to scale the nearby vertical wall. Be careful, Gwydion. Unable to grasp the ice pack, you quickly assess your chances of survival are 700 footfall. Well, not meant to die. Your assessment was correct. So I did something wrong, I guess. See, this is a little unfair. I'm dying before, like, the minute I enter the room. So maybe I need to go down this side. You congratulate yourself on successfully eluding the abominable snowman. So the reason is there's kind of snow here where there's none here. So I had to come down on this side. Alright. Now this is one of those... Ah! Idiot. This is one of those, you go in this hole, you come out this hole kind of puzzles. So we've got to get down here basically. There's caves. I don't know if I can get through this without having to draw anything. I might need to get paper out, but we'll see. Go into this cave. These caves are dark. Where will I come out? I come out here, okay? There's nowhere new I can go from there. But maybe what I need to do is keep trying to scale this wall. So for example, I could climb down here and then try this cave. Or I could climb down here and try this cave. Let's try this one. Okay, so I can't climb down that because it just goes straight into falling. No, he wants to... Why can't he just fall down to that ledge? Because that wouldn't kill me. In that case, I'm actually not sure what to do here. That's still going to kill me. King's Quest 3, I find that I think I'm a lot more familiar with it than I am. I think, oh yeah, I know exactly how to get through the end of that game. But then when you actually are confronted with something like this, because I think I have been at this point of the game in this version at some point. I'm not sure. I can't remember, honestly. But I feel like I've done this before. So the previous screen, I can come down, so I climb down here, land safely. If I try to come down here, then I die immediately because of that snow. So I can't get to this ledge any other way than going through there. And even if I did, these just go to each other, so you don't get anywhere else. Very steep and dangerous cliff. Numerous caves honeycomb its face. You could get lost in the caves if you survive the cliff. Yeah. If I was meant to climb down there, then it wouldn't be through typing. It would be through moving the character onto it, which is not working. So, I don't think I'm meant to climb down the cliff. Can climb this cliff, but there's nowhere else I can go. And there's definitely no other option here. What if I go right down the edge? Oh, you know how I usually get through this? Teleportation at random. Rub the stone. Why not? Sure it was in here somewhere. The invisibility ointment would have been another way to get past the abominable snowman, I think. I'm sure I had a magic stone. I saw it in here earlier. Okay, So I do have the stone. Can't do that now. If I do it up here. That's me all the way back there. Okay, that's not the right ledge. Oh, and it won't let me do it from here. I want it to take me to this room, but to somewhere else. It's always going to take me back there, isn't it? It's funny, because I'm sure this is how I've gone past this in the past. Turn the sound down a little bit. That was funny. What I like to do in a situation like this is not to look up a walkthrough. There's a page called Universal Hint System, which is designed around giving you just that little bit and no more than you need. How do I get around the cliff? So it's kind of like this. An amazing cliff, isn't it? Okay, that not enough to help me. Let's click to reveal another one. You start out by heading down the face. Correct. Use the climbable areas to get between the caves. Okay, apparently I can do that. Oops. Climbable areas to get between the caves. Well, where are the climbable areas? That's the only one I found. That's not a climbable area. Oh, of course. This here is a climbable area. Hey. Supposed to be. Because you can come down here and you fall, but this is... Oh! Too busy talking instead of controlling my character. He comes out walking and he just keeps walking unless you tell him not to. Okay. Okay. This is more promising. I should save there, actually. Which one can I get to? I can probably get down to this one. So that look message, you could get lost in the caves if you survive the cliff, is a little bit of a hint. It is kind of telling you need to climb the cliff before you can get to the caves that you need. Come on. Right, where's that one come out? Over here. Aha. I'm starting to see what I need to do here, so I should be able to climb this. Now I can get to that middle cave, and that will take me to the exit. There we go. The only one place left to come out is here, which is where I want to be. And that does it. The thing I missed was I forgot that this is walkable, but you can get to it from here. No excuse for that, really. But that was a very subtle hint, and that was all I needed just to make me go, oh, of course. And then that doesn't... You still feel like you've figured something out. So we had two puzzles there, the abominable snowman and the caves. But now we're back to several screens of just walking through the beautiful scenery. And I'm good with that. I mean, one of the things I like to do in Skyrim is just walk around that beautiful world. Whoops, you slipped. Now, any player who is familiar with the King's Quest series will immediately recognise this screen, because this is a scene out of the first game, King's Quest 1. But things are not what they used to be. Like, this used to be a little stone archway with a door, and there were stairs behind the door that would take you up to land in the clouds. This big crevasse, that wasn't here. All these rocks weren't here. So Daventry is in quite a state of disrepair compared to what it looked like in the first game. Now, as a young person, I just thought this was so cool that you would be in another game, but you would actually be seeing places from the first game and actually be able to visit some of those places that you weren't to in the first game. That was just really something to me. Now, of course, they didn't want to reproduce the whole of Daventry in King's Quest 3, which is another reason why they've got this crevasse here. You can only go very limited places where the game will allow you. I believe this well is actually in the wrong place. I don't think the well was directly to the left of the hole of the door in the cliff. But nevertheless, the well was a very familiar location from King's Quest 1. The countryside of Daventry looks as if it had once been beautiful, but now trees are charred, a chasm splits the earth, and wildflowers no longer grow. Nearby is an old broken down well that someone has filled with rocks. It's useless now. And that means you can't go down the well to where you found the dragon in the first game. So it's giving you these visual Easter eggs that, hey, this is where the first game took place. But it's preventing you from going too far. Now this is interesting, because in the first game, this was a river, a very fast moving river that you could not swim across. So to get over to this side of that river was actually a huge challenge. And, like, you could come to this screen, you could see the castle in the distance. You couldn't actually walk north to get there. But because the river has since dried up, then we can walk here. This house is new. This was not here almost 20 years ago, because yeah, Graham wasn't even married, let alone have a child in that game. So let's look. I'm going to turn that desktop audio down a bit. I don't know how it sounds on the stream. It's quite loud in my ears. You stare at the rundown shack upon the porch. A withered gnome rocks in a creaky old rocking chair, whistling a merry tune. The shack leans heavily to one side, and you wonder why it doesn't fall. Talk gnome. You speak directly to the old gnome. He chuckles softly to himself, then replies, "It's about time you got here. Lad, I mean Prince Alexander, welcome home. Heaven knows we need you. Daventry's been suffering for years now, since that despicable dragon came." Okay, so my character was stolen from the cradle as a baby from this country, and has now returned as like a 16-year-old boy. And yet the gnome recognises me on sight. That's interesting. The old gnome narrows his eyes to slits and leans forward in his chair. That monster demanded the sacrifice of your poor sister, Princess Rosella, and I'm afraid time is running out. Your parents, the king and queen, are suffering such grief. They have locked themselves in yon castle and refuse to see anyone. Staring intently at you, the gnome goes on. It's up to you, Alexander. Your country and family need you. It's written in the wind. The wizened gnome relaxes and settles back in his chair. He begins to whistle again. Alright. So before I go to the castle and say g'day to my parents, I've got to rescue my sister. So I did mention that door in the wall and the staircase behind it. So that led up to the land in the clouds. In the first game, that's where you found a giant who had the treasure chest that he had stolen from the king, and you had to retrieve it. So let's see what's up in the land and on the clouds nowadays. These good old stairs. This is not meant to be this easy. I must just have found the perfect spot to climb. Honestly, I usually, like I wasn't even paying attention. I was just letting it go. And then I realised I'm not doing anything. Like, usually you're constantly adjusting for the right pixel. Wow, that's the easiest I've ever climbed those stairs in my life. So here we are. We're going to come out in the land of the clouds. It feels strangely hot up here. Alright, I think we could use that invisibility ointment right about now. Because the very next screen, which is where you encounter the giant in the first game, we will find the dragon. Deep sleep, brewing a storm. See, we didn't... Oh yeah, well, we're going to use that in a minute. Language of creatures. Who's becoming invisible? Teleportation at random. Transforming someone into a cat. Oh, here we go, becoming invisible. One time only. Rub ointment on body. Okay. Oh, I forgot my drink. Got a Fanta here. I'll use this pen as a bookmark. Choose the controller. Okay. Step 1 is to become invisible. Rub ointment on body. Alright, look at that big sucker. What a scary looking dragon. Look. The dragon has laid waste to the area. The earth is scorched and all the trees and plants are charred. Okay, so how are we going to get rid of this dragon? We want a storm. Stir the brew with my finger. Stir the brew with my finger. Okay. Brew of storms, comma. If you type these things wrong, bad stuff happens. Churn it up, exclamation mark. This was pretty good for the AGI days. Bolts of lightning strike the huge dragon. He howls in pain and falls to the ground dead. Cool. Your magic spell is wearing off. I don't need to be invisible anymore, so that's fine. Look, dragon. The dragon lies dead upon the ground. He was no match for the fury of your magical storm. Now, King's Quest games often reward non-violent solutions to problems, but this is one of those cases where you just gotta kill the dragon with a storm. What's a sister? Help me, untie me! Oh, okay. You rapidly untie the Princess Rosella from the wooden pole. She looks bewildered as to who her benefactor might be. "I'm your long-lost brother, Prince Alexander," you proudly exclaim. The girl looks doubtful. "I'll explain it all later," you continue, realizing that this now is not the time for this. "Just follow me. Let's go meet the folks." With mixed emotions, the girl agrees to follow you. So we get a little bit of victory music there, as we have essentially saved the day. Bashfully, you introduce yourself to your long-lost sister. "How can I be sure you're really my brother?" Princess Rosella wonders. "I know, my mother always said that Alexander had a cute birthmark on his bottom?" Okay, this is going some weird places. Let me see if you have it. Oh my goodness, they're actually going there. Embarrassed, you reveal your cute birthmark. "Oh, Alexander," she cries. "You really are back. Mum and Dad will be so happy." I can't believe they went there. You meet your long-lost sister, and the first thing she asks you to do is to pull your pants down and show her your bum. That's kind of dodgy. Oh, dear. I seriously can't believe they went there. Can I find the magic pixel again? I can't even get onto the stairs because Rosella's in the way. Come over here. This would be a good place to save. Can't believe how much success I'm having on these stairs. Rosella is stuck, but when I go to the next screen, she should just be there, yep. They developed some pretty clever follow algorithms in their later games, in the point-and-click era, but things were pretty basic at this point. Oh, yippee, you did it, Your Majesty, the gnome squeals in delight. I knew you could save us all. King Graham and Queen Valenice will be overjoyed to see you two. He claps his gnarled hands. I must run ahead to announce your arrival. The gnome spryly scampers towards the castle. Off he goes, and we'll follow. The castle doors are wide open to welcome home the long-missing son and a much-loved daughter. Atop the castle the banners proudly wave. The heavy feeling of oppression is gone. Hope has at last returned to Daventry. And again, this is like the most famous location from the first King's Quest game. But this castle is not looking like it used to. This interior is taken straight from King's Quest 1. So we've done it. We've finished King's Quest 3. You nervously enter the throne room with your sister, Princess Rosella. Before the twin thrones and your parents, King Graham and Queen Valenice. Graham and Valenice are overjoyed to see you. Alexander, where have you been all these years? Your mother exclaims. As your father, I'm so proud of both of you. What a joyous family reunion. You're home at last. King Graham points to the mirror. That was once a magic mirror. Son, he says sadly, but it has been clouded ever since the night you disappeared from your cradle. Before your astonished eyes, the magic mirror clears and shines anew with brilliant clarity. Queen Valenice cries in delight. The terrible dragon is dead, our children are home, and the future looks bright for us all. King Graham lovingly retrieves the adventurer's hat with the red feather. With emotion he tells you, Alexander Rosella, this old hat and I have been through a lot together. Now it's time it had a new travelling companion. He flings it in your direction. Up and up it gently arcs. You raise your arms to catch it, and so does Princess Rosella. Down it comes, nearer and nearer. The end. So that's a cliffhanger. King's Quest 4 picks up directly in this moment, which is kind of cool. So there you go. I can now no longer feel bad that I left people hanging halfway through this game 2 years ago. I've completed it. Congratulations on your successful completion of King's Quest 3. We hope you enjoyed playing it as much as we enjoyed creating it for you. May the adventure continue with King's Quest 4. So, now these are pretty big moments for these characters. I don't think you really get a sense of it with the simplistic graphics and sound and clunky text boxes, but, you know, imagine you got two children. One of them is stolen away at birth, you never see again. Then your kingdom is basically conquered by this dragon. It takes your one remaining child and is going to kill her. You're about to have lost both your children. You've lost your kingdom, you've lost your subjects, you've lost literally everything that you have ever cared about. Except, actually, each other, because Graham and Valenice are still together, but you have lost both your kids. You're at that pit of extreme despair, and then both of your children come back into your life. The dragon is dead, your kingdom is saved. Like, it's hard to imagine going from such a dark place to suddenly getting everything back that you could possibly have wanted. Like, that is incredible. what those characters must be feeling in that moment. So that's King Quest 4. So that was our first game of the afternoon. I'm going to take a little break to go to the loo and take these leftover chicken nuggets to the fridge. And then we'll be back and we'll play something else. Alright, I am back, ready to play the next game. If anyone is watching, put a hello in the chat just so I know there's someone there. I'm not sure if anyone is still about at this point. That's okay if there's not, but... Oh. Well, my phone says 3 people are watching. Though at least some of those are probably people who've left it running while they're away from their computer, because they're very kindly giving me some watch time. Alright. So, I advertised that in this stream I might be playing Star Trek The Next Generation or Final Unity, which I would love to do, but I can't find the disc. It was on our dining table next to the laptop, where my son and I were both playing it. Oh, hey John, you're here. Cool. Pretty glad that you're watching. So, yeah, we tidied the dining table, and the disc... Oh, and Peter's still here too. Cool. Playing some Fallout 4. Oh, nice. I don't think I've seen you play Fallout. I've seen you play Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. I don't think I've seen you play 4. What was I saying? Yeah, so we tidied up the dining table, and I don't know what what ended up happening to the disc. So, unfortunately, I will not be playing Star Trek The Next Generation. But I have had another good idea. The adventure game era kind of ran through the 80s and 90s and then kind of died. And people started playing 3D games, first-person shooters, all that kind of stuff. And then us old fogies started to feel nostalgic and said, whatever happened to those adventure games we loved so much when we were growing up? They just don't exist anymore. I'd love to play something like that again, something new in that genre. And, you know, a fair number of us felt that way. But we were no longer we never were the majority, I guess. But, I mean, adventure games definitely were popular and definitely were the mainstay of gaming at one time. But that was definitely not the case anymore. And this was the very birth of the whole Kickstarter thing. So, some former employees of LucasArts, who now had a company called Double Fine, their CEO, what's his name? Anyway, he thought, it'd be great to make an adventure game, but we're not going to find a publisher who'll give us money to do that. And so he crowdfunded, and this was the first time I'd ever heard of Kickstarter, and he created a game called Broken Age, which was a point-and-click adventure game created for the modern era. And it to an extent, it kind of revitalized the genre a little bit. Now, I was a backer of this game, and so I got my copy of it, and I played the first act. Then when the second act came out, I started playing that. Got about halfway. I was actually playing on our Android tablet, because the computer we had at the time it couldn't handle it very well. The tablet did a much better job. Which probably sounds really ironic that a tablet could do a better job than a laptop. Anyway, I was playing on there, but I believe the game has been removed and my progress apparently is all lost. So I need to start this game again from the beginning. So what better time to do that than right now? And it's good because it's that traditional flavour of the adventure game, but it's made using today's technology. So I think it will be quite a good one to check out. And you get to see it from the very beginning, which is also kind of cool. I got all these snacks, and I haven't eaten much, so I really should eat something. Because tomorrow will come and I want them, but it won't be stream day anymore. Now this is a hedgehog slice. It's kind of chocolatey and cakey with bits of white cake mixed in with the chocolate cake, and then chocolate ice cream and coconut on top. I really like them. Alright, so this is fitting the screen perfectly, which is good. Quick look at our options. I think we'll just go with all those defaults. Let's start a new game. I said new game. Why are you giving me saves when I say new game? That makes no sense. Load game. Yeah. New game. What does that even mean? I want to start a new game from the beginning. That's crazy. What is... That is truly bizarre. I don't know what to make of that. Continue will just take me to the last autosave, which is my son's progress, by the way, not mine. Main menu. New game. I'm going to go Google that because that is really weird. Broken Age new game shows saves. You're really disappointed if I can't start right from the very beginning. Okay, here's someone with the same problem. Unable to start a new game when Steam not installed in default path. I have just tried to play Broken Age for the first time. When I select new game, a list of save slots opens up. When I click on any of those, thinking I may have to assign a save slot for the game, I get a pop-up with the menu. The save game is corrupted and couldn't be loaded. Nasty. So, okay. So if I click on one of these, overwrite save. Oh, so it's asking me which slot I want to overwrite. Fair enough. Well, this one is very early in the game, so let's overwrite that. Okay, that is not intuitive at all. But as long as it lets me play the game, I can live with it. So this is a coming-of-age story with two protagonists. So you've got this girl leaning against a tree in what looks like a fantasy village. And you've got this boy lying in bed on a spaceship. Tim Schafer. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, so this is a Tim Schafer creation. He would actually made an entire documentary about the making of this game, which was really cool. But yeah, during the early days of development, he would just lock himself in his office for like the morning, and he would just write, and he would write the story of this game. And at the same time, they were deciding on art styles, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to follow two different characters on two very different apparent stories. Now, these stories will converge. The way they do is actually really cool, I think. All right, let's start with the girl. It really doesn't matter. We switch between them whenever we want. It's a very distinctive art style. Kind of storybooky. Which probably suits the fantasy of this world more than it does the spaceship. But it's still pretty cool spaceship. Bella or Ella? I can't remember her name. Right, so you just click basically to wake up.
Guess it's time to face the cupcakes.
Face the cupcakes. I should probably turn the sound up a little bit on this game, I think. It's hard to know what to do with desktop audio. King's Quest 3, the PC speaker beeps were just right inside my brain. But you definitely need the sound in this. So although we're looking in a fairly fancy world, she's dressed in a kind of contemporary way. So you're just not quite sure what this setting is about at this point.
There you are. I was getting worried.
Worried that I chickened out?
No, I know you're not afraid of anything.
I mean, what's to fear? This is a great honor.
Right. Wait, I can't tell if you're being serious.
Well, there is one part that I'm really afraid of.
What's that?
I'm afraid that you won't get any food because I'm going to beat you to the Maiden's Feast.
Dream on.
The Maiden's Feast, hey? What is this mysterious Maiden's Feast? Let's bump that up a little bit more, I don't know. If it gets too loud, let me know. Had some really good voice acting in this too. The male character, the boy, is actually voiced by Elijah Wood, and Jack Black is also in this. The lady who voiced the girl, I wasn't aware of her, but she does a great job. Oh, Vela, that's your name.
Okay, shut up, you guys. She's coming.
Hello?
Surprise!
Whoa.
Yay!
There's my Valoria. Oh, look at my pretty girl. I can't believe. I just can't believe.
We're very proud of you. I think that's what your mother's trying to say.
Oh, she's not even dressed yet?
Can we do that after cake? Come on, cake first.
All right, but come on. Let's get this good time over with. Oh, yes, cake. Now, where did I put that knife? Nobody touches that cake until I find the ceremonial knife.
And this story is going to take quite a dark turn in a minute. So this eases you into the gameplay very gently, because it assumes you may not have played adventure games in the past. So what I was talking about when I was doing my game development earlier, you need a goal, and our immediate goal is just to find the knife.
Don't suppose you have another knife in the back we can use?
I do, but your mom brought out a special one she wants to use. She wants everything to be perfect on your special day.
So what is my special day?
Know where Mom's knife is, Rocky?
If I did, we'd all be eating cake right now.
Where would I?
Lavina?
What is it, girl?
Any idea where Mom's knife is?
We're late. If I knew, I would have cut that cake, shoved it down your gullets, and had us out the door already. Oh!
Can I ask you about the Maiden's Feast?
Weren't you paying attention in maiden training?
So this is a narrative device to give us some backstory, tell us stuff that Vela should already know.
How many of these feasts have you organized?
Let's see. A new Grand Mog appears every 14 years, and I'd have seen 6 of them, so... Hey! Are you trying to get my age out of me? I'll never tell.
What is Mog Chothra?
The latest in a long, distinguished line of Grand Mogs to visit our land.
Distinguished?
Well, anything that lives that long becomes distinguished. I mean, look at me.
You look kind of like a potato.
Where do creatures like Mog Chothra come from?
They come from beyond the Plague Dam.
I want to go beyond the Plague Dam someday.
It's forbidden, but maybe you'll be lucky enough to be taken there soon in Mog Chothra's stomach.
Alright, so there's a little hint of the dark turn this thing's taking. Grandma seems quite hopeful that we might get eaten by Mog Chothra.
How much do we know about these Grand Mogs?
The Grand Mogs have visited our lands for as long as anyone can remember. They hide in the wilderness for years, and then they come to feed. After feeding, they return to their land and, it is imagined, breed.
You actually imagine that? Why was I chosen?
In every town visited by a Grand Mog, the villagers vote for the maidens who represent their town's best qualities. So in other words, beats me.
Mog Chothra attacks other towns?
Of course. Maryloft just had their maidens' feast yesterday. That's how we know he's coming here next. They're a pretty tough act to follow. Amazing feather work.
Okay, I think I know all I need to know.
In your dress. We'll take care of the rest.
So the Maiden's Feast is not a feast where the maidens go and eat. It's a feast where the maidens go and get eaten. And everyone seems to be really excited that Vela has been chosen. It's a great honour.
So why don't we just fight Mog Chothra?
Silence! Talk like that could ruin the Maiden's Feast. If you destroy the feast, Mog Chothra will destroy this village, including your family. Is that what you want?
No.
So it seems one of those situations where something unspeakably horrible is happening, and the only way to emotionally deal with it that most people have is to just accept and embrace it. And so, you know, this town has to offer up maidens. One of them will be killed. And nobody wants their daughter to be the one that dies. So they've developed this whole culture around it being a great honour. And, you know, Grandma's a big believer, but some of the cracks show in some of the other characters that, you know, they're playing along, they're choosing to believe this, but deep down it's like, well, I'm still going to lose my daughter.
My grandpa doesn't look too happy about this feast.
Your grandpa is just stuck in the ways of old. Your grandma was the same way. Bless her soul. Not all of the town elders have stayed as hip and with it as I have.
I'd better go look for that knife.
And hurry. If we're late, you won't be selected and your family will be shamed.
Okay, I thought she was the grandmother.
Remember I had.
Maybe she's an auntie or something.
Maybe the knife is under this towel.
Never gonna find it.
Dad, I hope you're not hiding that knife for your own good.
That was subtle.
Not until I find that knife, young lady.
She already caught me using my fingers. Eyes in the back of her head, that woman.
Grandpa Beastender? Do you know where Mom's knife is?
Wouldn't tell you if I did. I'm not doing one thing to help with this shame feast.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Maiden's Feast either, to tell you the truth.
Then fight it, girl. Stand up for yourself.
I hope you're not filling that girl's head with nonsense, Brummel.
Why do you hate the Maiden's Feast, Grandpa?
Because this used to be a town of warriors. It's a travesty, Bella.
Why'd we stop being warriors?
Lavina Clench and her ilk said there was too much bloodshed, pushed for appeasement. So we went soft. Became a town of bakers.
Baking is almost a religion to these people.
Hey, Gramps, want a cupcake?
Yes.
I'd better go find that knife.
Don't you dare. I hid it for a reason.
You did what?
Oh, nothing.
Grandpa Beastender?
Okay, so there's nothing else
I'd
we can
better
say.
go find that knife.
So it's pretty obvious at this point that he's hidden the cupcake, the knife, but he really does want a cupcake.
One of my mom's special dish towels, and it's still dry. Need a towel, Grandpa?
Why? I look like some old drooling invalid to you.
That explains a lot. You eat the one you got before you grab another.
Mom, it's her special day. Let her have all the cupcakes she wants,
Okay.
except the red ones.
I guess I did pick one up. Yes, I did. So we can trick him into revealing the knife.
For me?
No, Mom says you can't have any. I'm just showing it to you.
Ah, I didn't want it anyway.
Alright.
For me?
So, I think the obvious choice here is split it with you.
Split it with you?
Deal.
There's the knife.
On second thought, you can have the whole thing.
Suit yourself. Now, where did I put that thing?
What thing?
No, nothing. I didn't say anything.
So that's a very simple puzzle just to kind of get you going.
It's my mom's special ceremonial knife. Oh, where is that darn knife? All right, time to serve this girl up. But first, can I ask?
Here, here.
Oh, honey.
Oh, we're going to miss your sense of humor.
So they're very much aware that she's probably going to die.
Majestic to behold, awe-inspiring, powerful, mysterious. But Mog Chopra is more than that. Merciful and generous, Mog Chopra keeps our town safe. All he asks is may he pick some of our beautiful flowers as he passes through. Please come, Mog Chopra, and make your selections. Welcome to the Maiden's Feast.
Show him what you're made of,
I
fella.
knew he'll pick you.
This can't be right.
Peter says I'll have to log on tonight, but enjoy the rest of your stream and thanks so much for being on the team. Thank you very much, Peter. And thanks for stopping by and watching. Have a great night.
Center of mass, maybe. No more ugliness, girls. Mog Chopra responds to...
Hey, I've got a plan.
I already have a plan, thanks. Attract Mog Chopra with my slender friend and be remembered forever as a hero.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, whatever. Sorry, the beauty is nothing without a little heat.
So these other characters all seem quite eager to be chosen and eaten. This one's got a giant chicken drumstick.
Hey, what do you say we break out of here?
Trying to get us all to quit so you'll win the feast, huh? Well, it's not gonna work on me. I'm in it to win it, baby.
You're making me hungry.
I'm trying to make Mog Chopra hungry. These girls have it all backwards. Think it's attractive to starve themselves.
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
Need a towel?
Need a towel?
Nope. They taught us to eat daintily in finishing school. What are you, buzzard? I will pluck you alive if you come near my food again.
It sounds like she said something that I'm pretty sure she didn't say.
How about the satisfaction of helping out a fellow maiden?
Sounds good, but not half as satisfying as this drumstick.
Never mind. Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
Hang on, I've got no other options.
Never mind.
Yep.
Just wanted to say good luck. Bye. Hey, does that costume have any thorns we can use as weapons?
It does, but they're made out of chocolate. Regardless, I accept my noble burden, not with apprehension, but with joy. I give my life so that no harm comes to our village. No, I give my life. No, me.
Sheesh.
Obviously this bird is significant.
When the monster gets close, you can use your candles to burn its eyes.
Don't distract me. I think I've got a chance to win this.
There's a very effective use of shadow in that scene.
Majestic. Here I am, merciful King Mom Chakra, over here. No, this way, Great One. I am the one you've come so far to find. Over here. I'm in blue for you. See, he's drawn to the flame like a giant moth. What? No way! He's coming my direction. Please, don't be hasty in your decision, my lord. Oh, yes. Take your time. Look over all your options. And then, after some careful consideration...
Alright, so he's taking her, she's dead.
That's a sloppy eater.
I'm not sure if they ever actually explain why he's wanting to eat more than one.
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
How about something bubbly to wash it down?
Actually, I could use a sweet of something.
Okay, I'll see what I can get you. Just
Alright.
wanted to say good luck. Bye.
So, one of the other girls has a drink. We need it.
We gotta get out of here.
Are you kidding? I've been starving myself for weeks for this.
Hey, can I have a drink of that water?
Trade you for that sweet corset you've got on. Never can be too thin.
This horrible thing? You got a deal. Ooh, what a relief. I feel so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. But this thing's just too big for me. Trade back. Oh, that poor girl. Oh, no. That should have been me.
Alright, so we now have a knife and a corset. Can we combine them to make like a slingshot or something?
This thing, it's nice to be armed, but I wish this were more monster-sized. Glad I'm not wearing that, and how about the slimming corset?
I would want to hide my best assets from Mom Chakra. He'll be looking for a full-size meal after his long trip.
Hey, Bluebird, can I get a lift out of here?
Okay, right, I remember. So you need to use the knife to cut yourself free.
Cut myself out of this dress. Without that bird, I've got no ride out of here.
Right, okay, so we need the chicken drumstick to attract the bird. Then we can cut ourselves out and escape. So I really need that drumstick.
Need a towel?
Nope. They taught us to eat daintily in finishing school. I warned you, buzzard! I'll fuck you alive if you come near my food again!
Need a towel?
I always open the bottle carefully, so no.
I need that water.
I don't think I could hit her from here. Too skinny.
Alright, I need to swap to get the bottle, and then I need to do something. Shake it or something like that.
Well, good luck.
I think... Can I cut the corset to make it a different size?
Much as I'd like to shred this thing, it might come in handy later. Whew. Glad I'm not wearing that
Can I
anymore.
combine these together?
Never heard of stuffing a corset. Probably because nobody does that.
Okay, well let's just talk again. Borrow the bottle.
Can I borrow that bottle one more time?
Keep it!
Thanks.
I don't need it where I'm going.
That's easy. That was easy. A lot easier than I remembered, but anyway. Alright. Now I can give you the drink.
How about something bubbly to wash it down?
Well, thanks. Don't mind if I... Ah! Look at me! I'm soaked! Quick! Have to put myself back together!
Okay, towel for the drumstick.
I've got a towel here if you throw me that drumstick.
You have a towel? Why didn't you say so? Oh, how long have you been standing there?
Are you part vulture or something? How can you think about, much as I'd like to shred this thing, it might come in handy later. I could cut myself out of this dress. Without that bird, I've got no right. That drumstick is so greasy it would slip right off. Gotcha. That's it. Flap those big blue wings. It's hard to tell where the dress ends and the cake starts. Hey, how about we split this cupcake? You can have the bottom half.
Get back here, you crazy brat!
That's my girl!
She's doomed us all. Mug Chocolate's fury will soon rain down upon our village.
Right, okay, so Reed says having trouble with streaming issues. I can hear things, but the screen is frozen, and now it's just trying to load. Okay, so I've got a message, encoding overloaded. It's playing a cutscene at the moment. I'm hoping that once that stops, the CPU might be able to catch back up again. But I've got to go to bed anyway. Have fun for the rest of the afternoon. God bless. Thanks, Reed. Thanks for being a part of it, and have a good sleep tonight. I'll catch you next time. Okay, I think, okay, the cutscene over. Still having some trouble though.
Dad, look! Jessie brought back a girl with
Ooh, a new recruit. Time for your old man to become Mr. Smooth.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this stream is really struggling, isn't it? I wonder if I can turn the quality down. Controls. And you'll save. Save and access to main menu. Options. Seems it's handling it better in a window. Okay. I mean, if that's what works better. There's no other kind of quality settings on this. Man, the stream is really suffering at the moment. It's just not working at all. Still not coping, is it? Will I completely exit the game?
Trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
Hang on, I've got no other options.
Never mind.
Yep.
Just wanted to say good luck. Bye. Hey, does that cause
So the stream is about a quarter of an hour behind me in real life. And yeah, the sound is coming through, but the picture is completely frozen.
Not with apprehension, but with joy. I give my life so that
live. I wanted it to be live. I don't know. I don't know that it's necessarily the game. I think maybe it's very effective use of shadow in that scene. Maybe it's just either our internet connection or the, I don't know, just a computer in general. I mean, this is not the greatest computer, but I don't know. Okay, can I change any streaming settings while I'm streaming? Looks like the answer is maybe. Oh, that's annoying. Get rid of this chat window. Oh, now I can embed it over there. Oh, that's what I've wanted all day. Okay, settings. Stream. Video bit rate. And I could change the bit rate maybe, I don't know. Enable advanced encoder settings. Okay, so what they're saying is a faster encoder. Well, let's try ultra fast. Alternatively, turning down video settings. But what setting? Are you talking about the video bitrate? Let's try reducing that. Those two things together, maybe will make a difference. I mean, I'm not dropping frames. It's just that it can't process it. What else can I do? Process priority. I don't think there's much else I can do. I don't know. It's almost caught up to where I was when I first realised there was a problem. Right, okay, so Reed says having trouble with streaming issues. I can hear things, but the screen is frozen, and now it's just trying to load. Okay, so I've got a message, encoding overloaded. It's playing a cutscene at the moment. I'm hoping that once that stops, the CPU might be able to catch back up again. But I've got to go to bed anyway. Have fun for the rest of the afternoon. God bless. Oh, thanks, Rex.
I hate flies.
Thanks for being a part of it.
There's
And
one
have
fly.
a good sleep tonight.
But it won't leave me
Catch you
alone.
next time. Coding.
I'll get back into the game in a minute. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can figure out with the stream, because it's basically not working at all at the moment. It is so far behind. I mean, it's not that it's just not... It keeps dropping out of being live, though.
Save and exit. Main menu.
This is me trying to fix it.
Options.
Even now, I'm not doing anything, and I've just got that encoding overloaded message constantly on the screen. CPU 70%. Excuse me. What do we got going on? 59% CPU.
Seems it's handling it better in a window.
OBS is using half. Steam's using a little bit. But hardly anything. Where's the other 50% going?
I mean, if that's what works better.
It's pretty much OBS using half of my CPU processing power. So, I mean, I'm not overloaded. I mean, that seems like a lot to be just there constantly, but it's not overloaded by any means.
Quality settings on this. Man, the stream is really suffering at the moment.
Okay. I don't think there's much I can do. I'm gonna keep playing some games, but I don't think anyone's gonna be able to watch it. Just kinda sucks a bit. But what can you do? I reckon it's to do with the internet connection, because, I mean, the game is playing really smoothly. If the computer was struggling to stream and play the game at the same time, then the game should be just as jerky as the stream. But it's not. So, I don't know. I really don't. Anyway, I'm going to switch to the boy character now.
Hey, rise and shine, son. Better get up. I'm almost off duty. Mom's gonna be here soon, and you know how she is. Oops, here she comes. Have a great day, Shane.
computer. Snooze.
No more snoozies for my little spaceman this morning. Oh, I hope no bad tinkle fairies came and wet your bed during the night.
Computer, off.
Come on and get up, Shay. Lots of important adventures to go on today. Get up now, Mr. Man, or I'll turn on the mean sound.
So the obvious thing here is that we've got a teenage boy who's being treated like a very young child by the computer that's raising him.
What a good boy. Okay, let's clean up that dirty little brain.
Hey, easy, computer.
Oh, quit being so shy. I used to change your diaper.
And yes, this is Elijah Wood playing this character, Shay.
Choco Rockets.
Okay. Playing this windowed is not... Oh, that'll work. Let me adjust the game window slightly.
Yikes. No way.
Simmons.
I think I'd rather eat a bug.
Honey holograms.
No thanks, computer.
Nebulumps.
Yuck. No, I hate that.
Soylent dreams.
No, not in that kind of mood today.
Crispy bunches of space.
Man, that sounds horrible.
Brain blasters.
Ugh, take that away.
Strawberry comet trails.
Please, don't take this personally, but no thanks.
Whole grain nutrient paste.
Are you kidding? Gross.
Mutant lunch.
Yuck. Are you even trying, computer?
Galactic slime.
I think I'm allergic to that, aren't I?
Splarg.
Splarg? Seriously? Are you trying to make me unplug you, computer?
Oh, come on, you love Splarg.
Good morning, Commander Shay. It is my honor to be your trading spoon today. Yes, you won't be sorry, Commander.
So we have a talking spoon.
Once more
Stay on
to the
alert.
Milky
I think there
Way.
might be food around.
Always, sir.
So how do you look?
It's happening. It's really happening. Now, sir, I don't just serve food. I also serve up nutrition facts and eating encouragement. For instance, that last spoonful was exactly 7.1 calories. If you... Commander, aren't you excited to see what the big deal is? Up on the bridge? No? Well then, want to know the viscosity of this morning's synthetic milk?
Okay, computer. What's the big emergency?
I wish you'd call me Mom, sweetie.
I wish you called me Captain, computer.
Okay, Captain Sweetie, let's get down to business. We are currently tracking multiple developing crises that need urgent attention. First of all, a massive avalanche has been reported on the planet Galactica. Second, there's a runaway train in System 7 that's headed for Spike Canyon. We've also received a Mayday signal from the vessel Friendship Circle. They're under attack. And, uh-oh, this just came in. My sensors are reporting an entity of unknown origin has attached itself to the hull of this very ship. What are your orders, sweet Captain?
So you can see from the bridge that this is not the real bridge of the ship. This has been designed to keep a toddler amused. But Shay is no longer a toddler.
We need to help those avalanche victims.
I knew you'd want to help them, sweetie. Plotting a course for Planet Galactica.
Help! Someone help us! My toes are really chilly.
This is the massive avalanche?
It's worse than it looks.
Really? How?
It's an ice cream avalanche. Yay!
That's not worse.
Good eater.
Yay! What a brilliant idea! Look at him go! So brave.
Got a special nutrition paste for you today. Mac and cheese. Ready for your next exciting space mission, honey? We've got an avalanche, a runaway train, a spaceship under attack, and a mysterious object on the hull.
And this is his day. This is his life.
Let's catch that runaway train.
Constantly doing these little kiddie missions.
To System 7.
The train won't stop. And look, the bridge is up. We're gonna crash into Spike Canyon. Oh no, the bridge man is asleep on the down. This is a terrible thing to happen to us, especially because things so preventable. Doesn't anyone have any ideas? If only we could wake up the bridge man. But how would we ever do that?
Wake up, bridge man!
We're safe! He lowered the bridge! What an amazing idea! Brilliant and resourceful! Don't forget to thank him! Thank you, brave hero! We should celebrate! Let's do hooray!
Absolutely not.
Aww!
Thanks for keeping it safe. You're going to love this dinner pill. Fried chicken, kind of.
Fried chicken, kind of. So you're meant to be getting the sense at this point
Should we go on next,
that
sweetie?
this character is just feeling completely trapped in his life. Every day he's got to go through these humiliating little missions that were probably exciting when he was 3, but now that he's a teenager, it's humiliating. And you meant to feel that frustration as a player because you're stuck in this cycle you can't get out of.
Now, who would attack those poor defenseless cuties? To the teleporter room.
I'm aboard the distressed vessel Friendship Circle. I found one of the crew. What happened here? From an enemy vessel? Or an alien creature? Or did you attack yourselves in a fit of space madness?
It was a
Yes?
So there's these creatures made out of wool on the ship. And, you know, they're overly cutesy and annoying. And they're supposed to be annoying.
Time for more adventures.
You're supposed to kind of hate them.
Hey, any day without a real emergency is a good day, son. It's time to go, sport.
I've got a feeling this is gonna be a great day. Choco Rockets?
Barmy Leader asks, what game do you hate the most? That's a harder one to answer because I am not, you know, I try not to focus on the negative so much. Man, what game do I hate? Somewhat like Pater, I don't like games that are, you know, really difficult and punishing. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that there's necessarily any game that I hate, but games that frustrate. Like, for example, I've got a game based on the Tron movie. And I've never been able to get past the tutorial section because there's this one wall I just cannot climb up, and I have tried so many times and I just cannot get past that moment. And you know, so I wouldn't say I hate that game, but I hate the fact that I just cannot play it, and that's really frustrating.
Sure. What difference does it make?
Your saliva has a 0.001 pH imbalance today. May I suggest more whole grain nutrient paste?
What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
So the obvious thing here is that we've got a teenage boy who's being treated. Yeah, the stream still seems to be pretty unhealthy. Just get that foreign body.
Better suit up and investigate that foreign body.
Oh, don't like you going out there. Let's use the safety suit.
Ah, come on. Okay, I'm outside the ship. The foreign body must be very close by. I found the object. It appears to be something organic in nature. Something's telling me I should stick my face right into it.
Get off! Get off!
Got a special nutrition paste for you today. Tater tot flavor. What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
So every day he eats the same thing for breakfast.
Routine.
And he goes through these same 4 annoying pretend missions. He's desperate to break out of this routine somehow. So let's do the train again.
Fake train wreck, please.
I knew you'd choose that one. To System 7.
Right, so
Wake up, Bridgeman!
the trick is, at the last second, we're going to make him retract his tongue again.
Sleep, Bridgeman.
Son, what are you doing? That's not right.
Shane! What were you thinking? You could have saved us so easily! I should have left me there! Woohoo!
That doesn't look like a nice landing place. Of course, it's all soft and squishy. Because everything in his world is soft and squishy.
Having fun? Huh? Who are you? When you tire of child's play, when you're ready for real danger, come see me. But tell no one. Do you understand? Okay, but no one. Hey, wait! What?
No discussion about it, young man. You need to rest and heal up in bed until further notice.
Computer, I'm fine. Obviously.
No, you might have a delayed fracture. That can happen.
No, it can't.
All missions are canceled. I love you.
Right, so we're pretending to sleep.
Weird. No missions. I can do whatever?
Alright, so with both characters now, I'm at the point where I can control... I have free control of the game to go where I want and do what I want.
Missions cancelled until further notice. Whoops.
Let me out the door.
Locked. What a dirty trick.
Hey, what are you doing out of bed, Buster?
What am I? Your prisoner?
Just until I'm sure you're safe. You have no idea how important you are, Shay.
So that's interesting. Why is he important? There's a whole lot of mystery about this character early in the game.
She says it's a humidifier, but I think it's some sort of mind control device. There's an air tank attached to the top of it. It's a tank of compressed air. Could be useful in an emergency. Yeah, right. Like we have those. The air vent is screwed shut with these weird little screws.
Right, let's unscrew it.
It works. What's this? It looks like an inflatable raft.
Hey, what are you doing out of bed, Buster?
Alright. So we need to avoid notice. Is there a camera that we can cover up or something? I don't actually remember. What can we do with this raft?
It looks like an inflatable raft.
It's inflated.
It's a tank of compressed air. Could be useful in an emergency. Maybe this air tank has enough pressure to blow up this raft. Whoa, it looks like a blow-up doll of me. Creepy.
Okay. That works.
Hopefully, this looks enough like me to fool the warden.
Where's my little angel? Oh, there he is. I think I almost lost you today. Sleep tight, little hero.
Man, computers are stupid. Whoa. How have I never seen this part of the ship before?
You came because you are done with children's games.
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Marek, and what I'm about to show you is no game. While you've been drifting through the universe, eating ice cream, playing with trains, war has been raging across the galaxy.
War? Between who?
Between the forces that every war is between. Between the powerful and the weak, the tyrants and the innocent.
But who?
Does it even matter? There will always be war. We did not start it, and we cannot stop it. What we can do is protect the weak and rescue the helpless. Look at this distress signal I just received from a peaceful colony in the Talon Nebula. The helpless creatures you see have been imprisoned by forces of tyranny and may soon be executed.
But...
Yes?
We have to save them.
Yes. Yes, we do. I'm pleased you feel as such.
We have to go tell the ship's computer.
No. You must tell no one on this ship what I have just told you. This ship is programmed with one function: to keep you safe.
Yeah, I noticed that.
To help these creatures, you will need to put yourself at risk in a way she could never understand.
No, you're right. She would never understand. So what can we do?
First, we have to get to the Talon Nebula. Take this star chart to the navigation room. I have an earpiece for you to wear so we can stay in contact. Use that vent to avoid detection. Return immediately after you're successful. But quickly, young cub, we don't have much time.
The young master has come to play with the Space Weaver. Where shall we go today, wise commander?
Oh man, a real mission for once. This is so fun.
This is serious, Shay. Stay focused.
You can hear everything I say?
Yes. Please don't say anything embarrassing.
Hey, Space Weaver, let's go somewhere exciting for a change.
I have been programmed to take the young master wherever he desires, as long as it is safe and free of conflict.
Aww.
Bring me a star chart, and the fabric of time and space shall be knit to serve your passage.
Hey, Space Weaver, can you take me here?
Good idea. Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calipers in position. Leave thrusters at viscosity. Spindle at rotational velocity. Deploying nav scarf in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This looks like the place.
So, interesting method of interstellar travel. Everything on this ship is based around all this yarn, weaving and knitting. Even the railings there are covered in wool, which is interesting.
We should be in the Talon Nebula now.
Great work, young cub. We're approaching the location of the distress signal now. This is worse than I thought. The good news is their captors have left them unguarded for the time being.
What can I do?
Here, take these controls. You need to lower the shields so the boom arms can be extended. Go on, lower the shield. Good. Now wait until the boom arm is correctly positioned above the subject, then press this to engage the grappling sequence.
I got it!
Great work, Shay. Now the boom arms will haul it in and place it in the auxiliary cargo hold.
I should go see if it's okay. No.
They must remain in complete quarantine for their own protection. And ours.
You mean our diseases might kill them?
You are wise for such a young cub. Now we must save more quickly before their captors return. Use the movement controls to position the ship. Position the ship so the cargo booms can grab one of the creatures.
Now, what we're seeing here is not what we think we're seeing. It's actually really clever what they're doing here.
Great. Now just place it in the cargo hold and... Oh no.
What is it?
Hostile forces have been detected nearby. They're coming in our direction. We need to retreat.
Not yet. There's still one more to save.
No time. We have to pull out immediately or we'll be destroyed.
No! You didn't tell me I'd have to pick who lived and died.
You want to be a grown-up? Get used to making tough decisions. No time to mourn. There's another distress signal. This one's from Danger System 5. Are you up to it? Shay, are you the master of your feelings or are they the master of you?
Give me the star chart. Hey, Space Weaver, can you take me here?
We shall be there in no time. Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calipers in position. Weave thrusters at viscosity. Spindle at rotational velocity. Deploying nav scarf in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another safe voyage brought to you by the Navigation Department.
Okay, we should be in Danger System 5.
Are we ever? Take a look at this. to lower the shields so the boom arms can be extended. Excellent. Securing subject and cargo hold. Careful. Great work! When it comes to choosing a creature, you must trust your instincts. Good. But hurry, we're running out of time. Go on, move the ship. Wait for it. Dang. Okay, that's enough.
What do you mean that's enough?
I mean, enemy ships are approaching.
I don't see anything. I need to save this last one.
You're going to endanger the whole mission to save one creature?
Just give me a second.
This is a waste of time. There is no need for this.
Rats. Dang.
We've saved more than enough.
Okay, I got it. But something's wrong.
Cut it loose. We need to retreat before...
Attention, ship is under attack.
What happened?
Probably one of the enemy vessels I warned you about, remember?
We need to get that last creature.
Too late. The ship is retreating under autopilot to a safe location. And we're completely locked out of the controls.
How are we going to perform any more rescues?
We'll have to find another way to hack into the boom arm controls. And another way to bring the shields down at the right time. And who knows if we'll be able to navigate to the right system now that the ship's on high alert.
The ship's computer must be freaking out right now.
Oh, yes. As soon as the alarm sounded, the first thing she probably did was check on you and your...
So interesting coming back and replaying this, having gone through, you know, 3/4 of the game. There's so much foreshadowing and interesting stuff being laid that you don't realise.
Oh, thank goodness. Don't worry, sweetie. Something attacked the ship, but Mommy's taking care of it. Nothing to worry about, okay? So brave.
Whew. Better get back to Merrick to hear his plan.
Okay. Time for a toilet break, I think.
Okay. Right.
Young cop, you must come see me right away. Another distress signal has arrived.
Any luck with the ship's controls?
No, but we intercepted a new distress signal, this time from Prima Doom.
How are we going to get control of the ship's cargo boom arms?
We'll need to attempt a manual override. The manual boom arm controls are located here. You can get to them through the ship's airlock here. I've hacked the airlock door so you can now open it without alerting the ovum.
How are we going to take down the shields?
I have a plan. The shields require so much power, they have a dedicated source. This fusion orb. Take this Omicron inhibitor and place it over the fusion orb. And when the time is right, we'll turn it on and turn off the fusion orb.
Along with the ship's shields. Got it. The distress call was from Prima Doom? How do we get there?
Same as always. Take this star chart to the Space Weaver and hope for the best.
So, how long have you been living in here?
I am a recent stowaway. I came because I sensed you were ready.
Are you really a wolf?
No, I wear this disguise to blend in with your other stuffed animal friends.
Weird. So, that's a wolf suit? What are you underneath?
I am what I do. A rescuer of creatures in need. Just like you.
Why do I have to be the one to choose who to rescue?
A boy your age just has good instincts for the job.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, our window of opportunity won't last forever.
Alright. And here lies the ongoing challenge of Act 1 for Shay's character. He's got 3 tasks to accomplish. 3 is a very common thing in adventure games. There's always 3 things you've got to do. Now, I believe that the Space Weaver is not going to want to take us here because it's going to deem it a dangerous location.
We need to go here right away. Prima Doom!
Negative. That system is forbidden due to likelihood of hostile activity.
But it's an emergency.
Sometimes safety is the most exciting adventure of all. Might I suggest somewhere safer? Like Puppy Planetoid, Cozy Cluster, or maybe somewhere in the Smile System?
No way. I have to go to Prima Doom right now. Lives depend on it.
I'm sorry, young master, but my programming won't allow it.
All right. Let's try Puppy Planetoid.
Initializing warp and warp drive. Intake calibers in position. Weave thrusters at viscosity.
Looks like the Space Weaver has encoded the star chart into a graph of knits and pearls.
Deploying nav scarf in 5.
Looks like the Space Weaver has encoded the star chart into a graph of knits and pearls.
2.
Mm-hmm.
1. No need to applaud. Just do it.
If I give
right,
the Space Weaver a star chart, he'll weave the destination pattern into this nav scarf. If I give the Space Weaver a star chart, he'll weave the Forget it. If we can't go to Prima Doom,
So, we need to get our hands on a star chart for one of those other places. We'll keep exploring the ship. Right, so we come out under there.
Son, I'm not
Just
sure
below the bridge.
it's safe enough for you to leave your room.
tired of being a prisoner in my room. I'm sick of being a prisoner on this ship.
I know, son. I know it's hard. You've given up so much. Listen, I'd like to tell you a story. A story of another person your age. A young girl. She wanted to live a normal life, but she was chosen. She was honored with a special duty. Some people would call it a sacrifice, but what she didn't realize at the time was that...
Please. I've heard the story of the sacrifice girl a million times. I know the ending. The sacrifice girl is you, right?
What I'm trying to tell you is that I made a hard choice, but I regret nothing because...
Great story, computer. I'm sorry they programmed you with someone's sad memories, but I have to go.
You know the truth deep down, son. And I know you'll appreciate my words someday.
Uh-huh. Brother.
So that's an interesting story. It should sound familiar, because that sounds very much like what Villa has been going through in her side. So yeah, there's the fake bridge up there.
Yes, my love.
Computer, were you aware that the universe was at war, and that helpless creatures are being terrorized by ruthless tyrants?
Ooh, that sounds like a fun new game. I'll talk to the Yarn Pals and get that set up for the next round of missions. Would you like that?
Never mind. Computer, what's the point of all this?
Son, you know how important Operation Dandelion is. Our home Loruna was dying, so we set sail in the Bassa Nostra to travel the universe and find you a new home.
Why haven't we found a new home yet?
Well, for my baby.
Computer, we need to get...
Absolutely not. They call it Prima. Why not have some fun in the smile system instead?
Is there anybody else?
Feeling lonely? I could knit you some new friends.
So, you've never seen a strange wolf around?
Son, I can't keep track of all your Yarn Pals. Oh, are you saying you'd like a little wolf friend? Well, I've never knit a wolf before, but it should be no problem.
So what does Dad do during the day?
Oh, your father has a lot of work to do outside, you know? Fixing the hull, scraping off space parasites, keeping a lookout for new planets to live on.
Well, I gotta get back to taking over the ship.
Oh, sweetie, you're so funny.
There's a big revelation made about the mother and father at the beginning of Act 2. And when I first experienced it, it felt like it came out of nowhere, but replaying this, I am seeing a lot of it. The groundwork is there. Oh. It's like the game may have just crashed. Oh, here we are, we're back. Alright, so this will be the kitchen.
Not going back in there if I can help it.
Emergency rations only, hey? Oh, there's a knife there. We should probably grab that. Go back in.
Can't believe she'd leave something this dangerous lying around.
What's that?
Nothing. You don't talk too, do you?
Not unless I have something to say. Please ignore him, sir. Bad attitude.
Stay on alert. I think there might be food around.
Always, sir.
I do like that line. Do not... Oh, yes, I know what's in there.
Why won't this open?
Oh, honey, you can't come in here. I'm working on a surprise for you.
What is it?
Nice try.
And that should be the bedroom. Yeah, alright. Well, let's go back down to where Merrick is. There's a door here.
The helpless creatures we rescued are being quarantined in there. Wish I could let them out. But it's for their own safety, I guess. Judging by the wolf hair, this must be where Merrick sleeps.
Yes, the trophy room.
Hey, the helmet comes off. Ah, my first hazard suit. Kept out Omicron radiation and kept in diaper leaks. That should be for acting. Acting like I cared about the stupid missions on this ship. I think that's supposed to be a space urchin, or else that's my old gum pile that I used to keep under my bed. I wish you'd get rid of these. My paper mache is so much better than that now. I wish you'd get rid of these. My paper mache is so much better than that now. She bronzed my first space shoes. Or is that the remains of my old bomb squad bot? I made a hexipal out of a paper plate. Probably thought they were alive then. Wonder what's in those creepy jars. My old teeth? Hair? I never want to see another train as long as I live. I never want to see another train as long as... I gave up making art years ago. And if no one's around to see it, who cares? I think that's the ratty old washcloth I used to drag around the spaceship. I really hope she washed that thing. I gave up making art years ago. And if no one's around, how did I manage to win second place that time? How did I manage to win second place that time? As soon as we get full control of this ship, I'm going to burn this stuff. As soon as we get full control of this ship, I'm going to burn this. Teleporter, activate.
May I teleport you to the Nexus? Not responsible for lost items, motion sickness, or mutations.
Hey, my head.
What's wrong?
My head is smaller.
Oh, yeah, you just used a teleporter.
Why did my head shrink?
Quantum physics. Duh. Don't worry, it'll all go back to normal when you take the trip back through me. Big baby.
Teleporter, activate.
This way to the fusion ore containment facility. Hang on!
Okay, now my head is just getting ridiculous.